1. Lao Tzu's do-nothing philosophy. Doing nothing can be a form of great wisdom. Lao Tzu said, "By doing nothing, there is nothing that is not done." This means if you feel okay doing nothing, then you shouldn't do anything. Nature and the earth operate in a natural cycle, and if we interfere with any part of it, we could disrupt this cycle. By not doing anything, we ensure that this natural cycle continues to function normally. This approach is especially effective when we're unsure what to do in a situation. According to Lao Tzu, it's best to do nothing at all. Doing nothing is not about giving up everything. Doing nothing, or wu wei, isn't about the negative behavior of idleness, but rather a way of living that can bring more benefits than constant activity. By stopping the action mentality, we can free ourselves from restlessness and find new paths for ourselves, seeking value in simplicity, tranquility, and nurturing our inherent vitality. In life, we often prioritize doing something over the benefits of doing nothing. People usually think that doing something, yu wei, is better for them. However, we can often reduce negative outcomes by doing nothing, wu wei. Many dislike doing nothing because it seems like it's not a proactive way to move forward, and doing nothing is often seen as negative. Sometimes we're afraid that others will perceive us as negative or unambitious, so we suppress the thought of not wanting to do anything. In reality, acting chaotically can have a much larger impact than doing nothing by a great margin. Doing nothing is a form of great wisdom. To better understand Lao Tzu's wu wei, consider this example. When witnessing a tiger hunting a deer, if we shoot the tiger to save the deer, we might harm the tiger cubs waiting for the mother's catch. If we help the tiger catch the deer more easily, we wrong the deer. However, letting nature take its course is the most righteous. This theory effectively explains why we must conserve nature, and the best conservation method is doing nothing, allowing nature to flourish and follow its own cycle of life and death. Most problems arise from our actions, leading to adversity and an unstable life. Humans are naturally active and inclined to seek out distractions and pleasures. However, we often lack perseverance. If a person decides not to overthink, they can avoid getting stuck in problems, leading to less worry, impatience, and anxiety. If a person can control their emotional life, not actively seeking out the unusual, they can avoid disasters stemming from complex emotions and unpredictable human nature. If a person is cautious and avoids high-risk actions, they can steer clear of foolish mistakes. Remember, our capacity to focus is limited. When we concentrate on one thing, we lose focus on another. Especially in an era of information overload, it's challenging to choose and concentrate on one thing, leading to a loss of rationality and clarity. Lao Tzu said humans do nothing because doing nothing at all is not easy and requires advanced intellectual effort. Wu wei is even more challenging than yu wei. In many situations, we can't control our inner restlessness, always wanting to think or do something, but we forget to ask ourselves, why do this? Or why not do this? Doing nothing doesn't mean inaction, but allowing things to happen naturally, in harmony with the Tao. We should do what's necessary, but not overdo it with enthusiasm and blind action. It's a state of internal silence where the right action can emerge at the right time without the need for willful effort. 2. The tongue remains, the teeth do not. Laozi advocated for a life without contention, championing softness over hardness. An interesting story related to this philosophy involves his teacher, Chang Tung. Chang Tung was very old and once fell seriously ill. Laozi visited him often. Laozi asked his teacher, "You're very sick. Is there anything you wish to tell your student?" Chang Tung said, when you pass through your hometown, you must get off your carriage. Do you know why? Laozi replied, getting off your carriage when passing your hometown is mainly to remember your roots. Cheng Tung was pleased and said, exactly, your answer is very much to my liking. Cheng Tung then asked, when you pass a tall tree, you must walk swiftly and respectfully. Do you know why? Laozi answered, walking swiftly past a tall tree is to show respect for the elderly. Cheng Tung again expressed satisfaction with his student's interpretation. Then Cheng Tung asked Laozi, look, do I still have my tongue? Laozi answered, yes, you do. Cheng Tung asked further, do I still have my teeth? Laozi carefully looked and answered, not a single one. Cheng Tung asked, do you know why that is? Laozi responded, does the tongue remain because it's soft, and the teeth are gone because they were too hard? Cheng Tung was extremely pleased with his wise student, saying, well said, I've taught you all the principles of the world there is to know. There's nothing more to add. 3. Knowing when enough is enough always leaves you satisfied. In chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching, Laozi teaches, there is no greater disaster than not knowing when you have enough. There is no greater fault than desire for success. Therefore, knowing that enough is always enough. Most of the suffering and frustration people experience comes from their own greed. The more material things you chase, the more pressure you put on yourself. This kind of pressure doesn't come from the outside world but is something you bring upon yourself. Often people aren't unhappy because they have too little. Mostly, it's because they have too much. Wanting too much in your heart doesn't mean you can have everything. So, it's important to live within limits because boundless greed can lead you to ruin. By setting aside unsuitable desires, you'll find yourself much more relaxed, and the pressure you feel will suddenly lift. Thus, Laozi believed that being rich or poor is determined by knowing when you have enough or not. 4. Understanding others is wisdom. Understanding yourself is enlightenment. In chapter 33 of the Tao Te Ching, Laozi teaches, knowing others is intelligence, knowing yourself is true wisdom, mastering others is strength, mastering yourself is true power, to be content is to be wealthy, to act with vigor is to have a will. This means that those who understand others are wise, and those who understand themselves are enlightened. To conquer others shows strength, but to conquer oneself shows true power. Success involves overcoming one's own challenges. We often find it harder to understand ourselves than others. Instead of conquering others, we need to conquer ourselves. According to Chinese philosophy, yin and yang represent the two polar opposites in the circle of life, symbolizing harmony between contrasting elements like light and dark, black and white, male and female. Thus, everything in nature exists with two opposing yet complementary, interdependent sides. Material life often drives us to focus more on earning money than listening to our inner selves. From a Taoist perspective, such actions belong to the yang aspect, the external movements, and we need a balance between these two extremes. Therefore, the Tao Te Ching encourages us to spend time cultivating our yin side, the inner self, learning to understand ourselves before trying to understand others. 5. Taking a loss isn't always a bad thing. In chapter 28 of the Tao Te Ching, it is said, "What is diminished may increase, and what is increased may diminish." This means sometimes when things seem to be taken away, they actually grow, and when things seem to grow, they may be diminishing. In life, there are moments when we think we're at a loss, but it turns out to be beneficial, and other times we think we gain, but in reality, we lose. Everything follows the principle of yin and yang, where if yang increases, yin decreases and vice versa. The key is not about how much yin or yang there is, but finding the balance between them to align with the natural order. Sometimes, in pursuit of immediate gains, we disrupt the balance of yin and yang, which can negatively affect stability in the long run. Temporary setbacks might actually help maintain this balance, which in turn promotes harmony later on. Therefore, wise people often focus on luck and fortune rather than immediate benefits. Luck and fortune represent the positive energy accumulated over time, not just present gains or losses. Thus, ancient beliefs hold that to attract luck and fortune, one should cultivate virtue and do good deeds, allowing nature to take care of you. Wen Liufan, a Ming Dynasty author, wrote, "Fate is made by oneself. Fortune must be sought by oneself." NGHIEM 6. Wealth comes from knowing. When enough is enough. Today, the vast majority of people who suffer and are troubled do so because of their own greed. The more they chase after material things, the more pressure they put on themselves. This kind of pressure doesn't come from the outside world but is self-inflicted. People aren't miserable because they have too little but because they want too much. It's because we have too many desires inside, but reality shows that not everything we want can be obtained, leading to a lot of trouble and suffering. The ancients advised, don't eat until you're too full. Eating too much not only fails to achieve what you want, but can also harm your health and bring more trouble. Living should be done in moderation because endless greed will eventually lead us into a bottomless abyss. Therefore, it's enough to meet the needs we truly have in life without excessively pursuing things that aren't meant for us. By setting aside unsuitable desires, you'll find yourself much more at ease, and suddenly, the pressure in your body is relieved. 7. Living kindly. In the world we live in today, this virtue needs to be practiced more than ever. Kindness simply means treating everything in life well and never pursuing selfishness. When you cultivate this virtue, you let go of the need to always judge right from wrong, because being kind is more important than "I'm right, you're wrong." Understanding the needs of others and letting go of the desire to dominate or control them allows us to live in peace with everyone. Wayne Dyer, the author of the famous book Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life, once said, "Kindness means accepting life and the people around you as they are, rather than forcing them to follow you." When you cultivate this virtue, you stop blaming others and enjoy a more peaceful life. Meanwhile, the Dalai Lama has said, "My religion is very simple. My religion is kindness." 8. The art of giving. In life, we need to know how to support and assist others, including ourselves. This is seen as the root of love and sacrifice, regardless of whether you get anything in return. By cultivating this quality, you'll learn how to shift from receiving to giving without expecting anything in return. Giving is part of human nature, and it will make your life happier. However, in reality, not everyone understands this. By putting your own life aside, instead of making it everything, and living for others, you will discover the true meaning and joy of helping others have a better life. 9. Staying soft keeps you alive. In the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu wrote about the idea that being tough leads to failure, while being soft leads to survival. He expressed that the hard and strong will fall, while the soft and weak rise above. Lao Tzu also shared that nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water, yet it can overcome the hard and strong. Despite appearing weak and insignificant, water's persistent flow allows it to carve through rock, destroy buildings, and resist any force trying to stop it. The principle that the soft overcomes the hard and the gentle overcomes the rigid is well known, but few can put it into practice. Water's gentle nature, its cool and yielding flow, seems weaker than all else but proves to be the strongest. It's not the stone or the fire that wins against water, but the relentless flow of water that wears down the rock. Humility allows one to be enduring and encompassing, much like water. By thinking like water, we can learn to be more gentle in our actions, soften our harsh edges, and manage our own attitudes as well as those of others. Before we react in anger, if we think of the soothing and refreshing sensation of cool water, we might prevent unnecessary conflict. Understanding water not only helps us interact better, change our disposition, or act as a guide in life, but it also represents the essence of all growth. Nature is painted with the invisible brush of water, creating a world that is imperfect yet incredibly diverse and intelligent. Grasping this lesson can significantly enrich and deepen your life. 10. Tolerance and kindness, like water. From the Eastern philosophical perspective, all original life on earth emerged from water. Thus it's said, water is the source of life. Lao Tzu taught that human virtues and kindness should be like water because water nourishes all things without competing. It benefits the whole world without seeking recognition, flowing to places that are lacking and away from areas of excess. It can create rain in the sky and rivers on the ground. The highest goodness resembles water. Water greatly benefits all things without conflict. Water follows its path, never retaining a permanent shape. Similarly, the Tao does not compete with all things. With this lesson, Lao Tzu praised the power of gentleness and the philosophy of non-action. Humans should also live as naturally as water, preferring lower places to reside, valuing depth in relationships, acting with kindness, speaking truthfully, governing for peace, working within one's capabilities, and acting timely. Humans learn from water's characteristics. It flows endlessly, purifying itself no matter how much dirt it carries along. If people are good, be good to them. If they are not good, still be good to them. That is true goodness. In everything, maintain a kind heart, treat others with kindness. And even if you suffer a loss now, you won't lose your inner faith. This way, you will be loved by others, supported by heaven and earth, enjoying good timing, advantageous conditions, and harmony with people. Those who understand this lesson have a broad and open heart, integrating into everything, and their happiness multiplies day by day.
Hey everyone, your comments truly matter, offering insights and motivation to others and uplifting our creative team at Lighthouse of Wisdom channel. Sharing your thoughts and experiences enriches our community. So, let's get the conversation started below and help illuminate our path with your wisdom.
11. Understanding others is smart. Understanding yourself is true wisdom. Your life reflects your views, habits, attitudes, beliefs, thoughts, fears, worries, and awareness. Whether you realize it or not, all of these shape your mindset, who you are, and the path your life will take. Aristotle once said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." Lao Tzu agreed, stating, "Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power." Your relationship with yourself is one of the most important ones in your life. To change your life for the better and live it on your terms, you first need to understand who you truly are. A happy and fulfilling life starts with you. But if you can't or won't look at yourself in the mirror, you're missing the basic step to start living the life you want. Self-knowledge is key to the life you desire. Scientific evidence shows that people who understand themselves and how others see them are happier. They make smarter decisions. They have better personal and professional relationships. They raise more mature children. They are better students, better employees, better in their careers. They are more creative, confident, and better communicators. They are less aggressive, less lying, cheating, and stealing. They perform better at work and are more likely to be promoted. They are more effective leaders and their employees are more engaged. They even contribute to higher company profits. Some studies even suggest that self-awareness is a predictor of a leader's success. Knowing yourself allows you to live the life you truly want. Knowing who you are, what you want, and what's best for you. If you don't fully understand yourself, you'll continue making decisions that aren't true to your real self. Growth in life and career starts with self-awareness. Many people spend time seeking wisdom but neglect their own mindset. When asked to summarize all philosophical theories as succinctly as possible, Socrates replied, "Know thyself." The phrase, "know thyself," has been around for centuries, but is still relevant today. Research by psychologist Daniel Goleman indicates that self-awareness is crucial for human success. Understanding yourself means knowing your needs, desires, goals, weaknesses, and everything else that excites you. It requires a deep understanding of your past and present. Your self-narrative affects your behavior. Accurate self-awareness allows you to develop yourself. Lao Tzu said, "Knowing others is wisdom. Knowing oneself is enlightenment." Think of it this way. You can't take care of yourself if you don't know what you need. You can't improve yourself if you don't know your best qualities, says Terry Pause. Instead of forcing things to happen, first find yourself. Follow your inner voice and let your life unfold naturally. Seize the opportunity now while you're alive and able to build a better relationship with yourself. Take an objective look at yourself from a third-party perspective and write down what you know about yourself. Journaling can help you improve or change the direction of your life based on that information. Knowing yourself gives you power over your own life. You owe it to yourself to search for your true self. The path to your success starts with looking in the mirror. Self-awareness opens the door to wisdom. The sooner you evaluate and acknowledge your strengths, weaknesses, inner self, and most importantly, what makes you alive, the sooner you can stop hindering your personal growth. 12. Why I had to shake hands with him. One morning, while I was shaving and looking in the mirror, something felt off. The face looking back was pale, with laugh lines that seemed to be sucking up to someone else. Yesterday, at the lab door, I met a young professor, a man of significant standing. His career had advanced quickly, but not because of exceptional talent. He knew how to ride the wave of the times. Right after defending his PhD, he was working on his doctoral thesis, his skills in flattery and bootlicking astonishing his colleagues. We had no fondness for each other, merely nodding when we crossed paths at the door, that air of unfriendliness lingering. But the moment he saw me, his face broke into a delighted smile, pretending interest and enthusiasm as if our random meeting was a joyous occasion. Then he grabbed my hand, saying, "It's such a pleasure to meet you. A few days ago, I was honored to read your paper on the Antarctic, which was ranked first. Very impressive. It's a shame we can't collaborate on this." I knew he was making it up because my work had nothing to do with his. I really wanted to reply with something cool and polite, like a "thank you," and be done with it. But I found myself smiling back, feigning surprise, and politely saying, "I've heard you're working on your doctoral thesis. Don't waste that opportunity. I admire your dedication, Professor." And then I kept shaking his hand, so vigorously it felt like his fingers might snap off. I don't know why I did that. It seemed like following the crowd. I also spouted flattery, even smiled genuinely. Every muscle in my face could feel it. After that insincere smile and heartfelt handshake, like some sort of joke, I felt tormented all day. I gritted my teeth and used every word I could think of to curse myself, to curse the me that had been replaced. What was this? Self-defense? Wisdom? Or just servility? That young professor isn't as talented or profound as me. His position depends on our lab, and moreover, I had no reason to ingratiate myself with him. So why was I so eager to shake his hand, utter empty words, and flatter? That morning, while shaving, I looked at my simultaneously familiar and detestable face in the mirror. It was deceitful, flattering, cowardly. At life's crossroads, everyone wants to establish their own defense mechanism, almost as if wanting to split their life in two. Then, looking back, suddenly feeling so foolish. 13. Start by sweeping your house. Back in the Han Dynasty, there was a rather proud street vendor named Tran Pham. This Meister Tran was ambitious and always dreamed of achieving great things, but he lived without any discipline. As a result, his room was always smelly and messy. One day, Hak Khan, a friend of his father's, came to visit. Seeing Tran Pham's filthy room, he asked, "Why don't you clean up your room?" Tran Pham replied, "Why should a man with great ambitions like me waste time on trivial tasks like sweeping the floor when I could be focusing on conquering the world?" Hak Khan pondered for a moment and then said, "If you can't even keep the house you live in clean, how can you accomplish greater tasks?" This comment left Tran Pham speechless. Having great ambitions isn't enough. Failure is inevitable for those who don't appreciate the small things. 14. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu once said, "A tree big enough for two to embrace grows from a tiny sprout. A tower 9 stories high begins with a mound of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Put simply, this means that great things start from small beginnings. A famous Qing dynasty writer, Pangdan Shu, once told a story about 2 monks. One was wealthy and the other was poor. Both wanted to cross the southern sea to India to obtain Buddhist scriptures and worship. The wealthy monk said to the poor one, "For years, I've tried hiring ships to cross the sea, but to no avail. How do you plan to go and obtain the scriptures?" A year later, the wealthy monk hadn't left, while the poor monk had returned from his scripture-obtaining journey. Surprised, the wealthy monk asked how he did it. The poor monk replied, "Throughout my journey, I relied only on a water bottle and a begging bowl. That was all I needed to fulfill my wish." The poor monk achieved his goal by taking one step at a time, relying on his courage and willpower. On the other hand, the wealthy monk was lost in dreams, always talking about his desires without seriously starting his journey. Different mindsets lead to different outcomes. Words alone cannot turn desires into reality. Only those who dare to act, undaunted by hardship, can ultimately reap the rewards. 15. Flattening the high mountains. Long ago, there was an old man named Yu Gong who was 90 years old. He lived between 2 mountains, Taihang and Wangwu, near the Yellow River. These mountains were over 700 miles wide and 10,000 feet tall. Anyone who wanted to cross the river had to go around Taihang and Wangwu. After many years of witnessing this, Yu Gong thought the only solution was to move the mountains. He, along with his descendants, went to the mountains to break rocks and dig the earth. Then, they transported the rocks and soil to the Bohai Sea. Jisoo, a man who lived near the river, saw this and laughed at Yu Gong. How can such weak human strength ever flatten these 2 mountains? Yu Gong quietly replied, "Even after I die, my sons will continue this work. Then it will be up to my grandchildren, and after them, my great-grandchildren. Future generations of my family will always take on this task, while these 2 mountains cannot grow any bigger." One day they will be flattened. So what is there for me to worry about? Jisoo was left speechless. Despite his old age and weak strength, Yu Gong always believed that with effort, the goal could be achieved sooner. His faith and determination were acknowledged by the heavens. The Jade Emperor sent divine beings to help the old man move the mountains. Since then, travelers could reach the Yellow River without any obstacles. In life, nothing is too difficult. It all depends on how patient our hearts can be. 16. Great disasters begin with small mistakes. Ancient stories tell of the last king of the Shang dynasty who treasured a pair of ivory chopsticks he received as a gift. Knowing this, his advisor GZ sighed and said, "The more you care for these chopsticks, the more you'll think they should only be used with a bowl made of rhinoceros horn and a jade cup. Having such precious items, you'll then only want to use them for exotic and rare foods. Getting used to exotic foods, you'll start craving luxurious silks and lavish palaces. All the treasures of our land won't be enough. You'll demand exotic goods from foreign lands. From these chopsticks, I foresee the outcome ahead. I can't help but worry for you." In the end, GZ's prediction came true. The king indulged in extravagance, neglecting his country, immersed in luxury. He increased taxes to build palaces filled with endless wine and meat. Consequently, the people lost faith in the king, leading to the eventual overthrow of the Shang dynasty. Instead of controlling his desires when they were small, the king allowed his greed to overshadow his reason. A small mistake eventually led to a great disaster, costing the country and his life. Wise individuals should reflect on their faults before they escalate into serious problems that could lead to disaster. 17. Purple Aura from the East, a tale of wisdom and prosperity. The phrase, purple aura from the East, signifies good fortune arriving from the East. Despite thousands of years of history, this phrase is still revered, especially by feng shui experts and successful individuals. Over 2,500 years ago, Laozi, the founder of Taoism, grew disillusioned with the power struggles of life and lost faith in the Zhou dynasty, leading him to leave. He headed west from the Hanggu Pass on a green ox. Liu Xiang, a Han Dynasty figure, wrote in biographies of immortals that as Laozi traveled to the Western Valley, the official at Hanggu Pass, Yin Shi, noticed a purple hue in the east, indicating a sage was passing by. Indeed, Laozi soon appeared on his green ox from the east. Yin Shi, dressed formally, knelt and begged Laozi to stay and share his wisdom before entering the desert. Laozi, favoring Yin Shi, stayed at Hanggu Pass for over 100 days, imparting his teachings and leaving behind more than 5,000 words. Thus, the saying "purple aura from the East" was born, meaning a purple aura, or good energy coming from the East, symbolizing peace and good fortune. The sun rises in the east, bringing warmth, comfort, and uplifting spirits, leading to success. Since ancient times, the color purple has held a special, noble place in Chinese hearts. Emperors of various Chinese dynasties revered purple, and the famous Forbidden City in China was built predominantly in purple to wish prosperity for the nation. In ancient times, people often hung the phrase "purple aura from the East" in their homes, hoping to ward off evil, avoid disaster, and bring peace and good fortune. Today, purple aura from the East is even more well known in China and Southeast Asia, including Vietnam. Many successful businessmen use this phrase to motivate themselves. It's often written in calligraphy and displayed in living rooms, as it embodies a majestic aura that strengthens confidence and solidifies one's career. From a feng shui perspective, purple represents wealth and luxury. favored by many for its potential to bring good fortune to individuals and their families. Simple yet profound, this four-word phrase has been a steadfast companion through life for over 2,500 years, signaling fortune and making life smoother for people. 19. Lao Tzu's lesson on humility. Lao Tzu told Chuang Tzu that when passing through one's hometown, one should get off their carriage as a reminder to never forget one's parents and relatives, nor the hard times of the past. This is something many in society fail to do. They often think, with all my talent, wealth, and sophistication, why should I remember the days when I lived in a poor village? They lose touch with their roots. They look down upon those who come from rural areas to the city to make a living, forgetting that they themselves have achieved success starting from similar humble beginnings. Instead of supporting their fellow countrymen from poor villages, they try to cut off ties so no one discovers their rural origins. It's a shame because they forget the fundamental virtue of gratitude and remembering one's roots. That young professor wasn't as talented or profound as me. His position depended on our lab, and moreover, I had no reason to seek favors from him. So why did I eagerly shake his hand, uttering those hollow, flattering words? That morning, while shaving, I stared at my familiar yet detestable reflection in the mirror. It was deceitful, flattering, cowardly. At life's crossroads, everyone wants to establish their defense mechanism, almost as if wanting to split their life in two. Then, looking back, suddenly feeling utterly foolish. 20. Walk slowly past the old tree. This lesson teaches us to respect and cherish the elderly. They have lived much longer than us, experiencing things we have yet to encounter. No matter how advanced technology becomes, the wisdom gained from their experiences helps them navigate through this ever-changing world. So, don't think that just because you can use a laptop or an iPhone, you can discount the knowledge of older generations. Love and respect them, and it will teach you how to live a better life. Some people look down on the elderly, fearing they will become a burden, scared of the responsibility to care for them. But never forget, respecting the elderly enriches our own virtue. Whatever we do, we should cultivate goodness for ourselves and our descendants. 22. Kindness and goodness, like water. In Eastern philosophy, it's believed that all original life on earth sprang from water. Thus it's said, water is the source of life. Lao-Tzu taught that human virtue and kindness should be like water because water has the ability to nurture all things without competing. It benefits everyone without seeking credit, flowing into places that are lacking and out of places that are in excess. It becomes rain in the heavens and rivers on the earth. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. Water follows its course effortlessly. Water has no permanent shape. Similarly, the Tao does not compete with anything. With this lesson, Lao-Tzu praises the power of being gentle, of non-action. People should live naturally like water, seeking low places to stay, valuing deep relationships, favoring kindness in behavior, valuing truth in speech, promoting peace in governance, aligning actions with capabilities, and acting timely. People can learn from water's nature, which flows endlessly, remaining clear despite carrying debris along its path. To the good, I am good. To the not good, I am also good. Thus all get to be good. In all things, people should maintain a good heart, treating others kindly, even if it seems disadvantageous at the moment. This way, they will be loved and supported by others and by nature itself, achieving harmony with the right timing and environment. Those who understand this lesson will have hearts as vast as the ocean, embracing all, and their happiness will multiply day by day. 23. Laozi's timeless wisdom, Laozi, a sage from over 3,000 years ago, left behind teachings that still inspire awe and admiration today. Even Confucius, after meeting Laozi, told his students that Laozi's realm of thought was as elusive as a dragon, leaving him speechless and unsettled, unsure if Laozi was a mere mortal or a saint. Laozi taught the importance of returning to the root, meaning self-cultivation, and shedding the ego of desires to achieve a state of effortless being, returning to one's true self. This true nature, innate to all beings, is pure, true, perfect, and good, born of the Tao. Interestingly, Buddha Siddhartha Gautama, Laozi, and Confucius all lived during the same era, their births not more than 20 years apart, each contributing to the spiritual and philosophical richness of the East. Laozi's teachings may not have been passed down in their original form, but they encompass profound philosophies on the Tao and the path of returning to the root. His timeless quotes reflect his thoughts on the Tao and this journey. 1. All complex things start from simplicity, and greatness comes from small beginnings. 2. Tackle difficult tasks while they are easy and take on big tasks while they are small. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 3. Life is a series of natural changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward. 4. A snow goose doesn't need to bathe to make itself white. Neither do you need to do anything but be yourself. 5. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, and compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. 6. Nothing is softer or more flexible than water, yet nothing can resist it. 7. Water is soft and yet can penetrate mountains and earth. This shows clearly the principle of softness overcoming hardness. 8. A person who is brave on the outside dares to die. A person who is brave on the inside dares to live. 9. The universe listens to the music of the heart. 10. Free yourself from the desire, and you will understand the mystery of life. Follow your desires, and you will only see the material world. 24. Laozi and Socrates. During the period from around 800 to 200 BCE, humanity experienced a golden age of thought. In both the East and the West, several sages emerged who laid down belief systems for future generations, including key figures like Lao Tzu and Socrates. One founded the belief system of Taoism for Chinese civilization, and the other established the philosophical framework for Western classical civilization. Unfortunately, these 2 sages never found true understanding in their own lands. Laozi left behind 5,000 words of wisdom, not expecting the world to fully grasp his words, and left the Central Plains for distant lands. Socrates, on the other hand, was sentenced to death in Athens, Greece, for his teachings, continuing to share his insights with his disciples even before his execution. Imagine if these 2 sages had met. Could they have become confidants, exploring the universe's mysteries together? Let's delve into the profound wisdom of these 2 figures in an imagined conversation. Observing some people haggling over small change in the market while others rushed to buy cheap goods, Socrates exclaimed, "The richest person is the one who is content, for contentment itself is wealth." Laozi stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Indeed, to know contentment is to be rich." Seeing street vendors loudly peddling their wares amid the bustling traffic and the cacophony of whistles, with people partying, dancing in taverns, and singing songs of peace, yet quarrels breaking out everywhere, Socrates remarked, "Amid all the noisy chaos, silence is the most mysterious melody." Laozi responded, "To let go of desires is to find tranquility, and the world naturally becomes peaceful. Socrates added, "These people need to understand themselves." Laozi agreed, "Yes, understanding others is wisdom, but understanding oneself is true enlightenment." At that moment, a wealthy young man passing by, moved by the sage's conversation, felt his wisdom despite his wealth being overshadowed by sadness. Hoping to escape this sorrow through luxury and beauty, he approached the sages, seeking a secret to happiness. Laozi sighed. The rare treasures from the East and the West can lead to erratic behavior and harm. Socrates added, "The secret to happiness lies not in seeking more, but in rejoicing even with the little you have." The young man reflected deeply, pondering his life's first half, and had an epiphany. Socrates continued, "The less one desires, the closer one gets to the divine wisdom." A religious scholar passing by overheard Socrates discussing divine wisdom and couldn't help but loudly share his extensive knowledge of the origins, history, and doctrines of world religions with the sages. The two sages exchanged smiles. Socrates remarked, "I cannot teach anyone anything, I can only make them think." Laozi stated, "The wise do not speak, those who speak do not know." Realizing that he couldn't impart wisdom to these two profound thinkers, the religious scholar walked away. 25. Understanding the concept of hoarding. Laozi once said, "The more you hoard, the more you lose." The greatest illusion and obstacle in life lies in the act of hoarding. Once ensnared by it, happiness in life becomes unattainable. 1. Hoarding is greed. At the birthday celebration of NGHIEM, the leading official of the Ming dynasty's cabinet, the entire court came to offer congratulations, piling gifts high like a mountain. At that time, NGHIEM had sold his office and titles, and NGHIEM the Fien held a significant position in the Ministry of Works, possessing wealth greater than the state treasury. As the banquet stretched into the night and guests departed, the NGHIEM household began to lock up. In the winter chill, unfortunately, a royal inspector got lost and ended up freezing in the courtyard. The NGHIEM family's chief steward invited him in to rest and stay the night, earning the inspector's gratitude. The steward said, "I'm helping you now, but in the future, I might need your help. You owe me a favor, and someday, please spare my life." Hearing this, the royal inspector became anxious, saying, "Lord NGHIEM shines in the cabinet like the midday sun. Your status is so revered. Why would you need someone like me to spare your life?" A few years later, NGHIEM's power was overthrown. NGHIEM the Fien was executed, and their household was investigated. The steward was jailed for corruption, and thanks to the royal inspector's intervention, his sentence was reduced. Eventually, he was exiled instead of facing the death penalty. Feng Mong Long commented, "NGHIEM and NGHIEM." The Fien had read all kinds of literature, but their understanding was not as good as their stewards. They lost their lives and property. What could be more regrettable? The moon waxes and wanes, water fills and overflows. Prosperity leads to decline. This is the way of heaven. Without restraint, only downfall awaits. Hessian, an official of the Qing dynasty, amassed 1.1 billion taels of silver, thousands of acres of land, and hundreds of houses over 20 years, surpassing the state's revenue for 15 years. But what followed? Hessian fell from grace, and Emperor Jiaqing had his fill. Ultimately, Jiaqing gave him a white silk noose to end his life. To this day, Hessian's life is but a joke, a tale of folly. 2. Hoarding is keeping for oneself. Zhu Quoc shared a story. A white rabbit adored the beauty of nature, especially the moon. To the rabbit, the moon's phases contained their own beauty. Thus, the king of gods met with it and, impressed by its talent for moon-gazing, decided to give the moon to the rabbit. From then on, the moon belonged only to the white rabbit. Every night, the rabbit went to the forest and lay on the grass to watch the moon. Strangely, the previous leisure was gone, replaced by the thought, "This is my moon." It watched the moon intensely, like a rich person guarding their treasure. Clouds hiding the moon filled it with worry, fearing the loss of its treasure. When the moon waxed and waned, its heart ached as if someone had stolen from it. In the rabbit's eyes, the moon's phases no longer held beauty but danger, dragging it into worries of gain and loss. Unlike humans, the white rabbit eventually preserved its pure heart, seeking the king of gods to revoke his decision. Many people today hoard simply for pleasure, content in silent admiration. However, once they start trading, the beauty of the treasured items becomes obscured. Their mood changes. To increase their treasure's value, they neglect their health, abandon friends, and even forsake their principles. Lao Tzu said, "The more you love, the greater the loss." Excessive greed inevitably leads to significant loss. External possessions are but fleeting clouds. Why obsess over ownership, worrying about gain and loss, disturbing the peace within? 1,000 years ago, at the site of the Battle of Red Cliffs, CHAO lamented, "Cool breezes on the river, bright moon over the mountains. Ears hear sounds, eyes see scenery. Hands can take endlessly without depleting. These are the infinite treasures of creation." Enjoying the cool breeze and bright moon is life's greatest joy. Why keep it to oneself? 3. Hoarding is not knowing what to do. A director once mused, "After turning 50, I look at scenery just to please myself. Nothing else matters." But why do a few extra coins turn friends into foes? Does money have such power? How much is enough? And can it be taken with you? Visiting the Shaanxi region, I saw over a dozen ancient houses, centuries old. Their owners had long passed with no information about them. The key holders had no relation to them. Hence it said, "worldly possessions, not brought at birth nor taken at death." With only a few decades to live, why fixate on these things? Lao Tzu said, "Knowing contentment is true wealth." Contentment and satisfaction are human treasures. Content people don't overthink, set excessive goals, let greed dirty their soul, or deceive. Without deceit, the heart is free from worry, living comfortably and peacefully. With thousands of temptations in the world, excessive desire leads to exhaustion and death. So when it's time to let go, do so calmly. Having enough to eat and wear without worry is already fortunate. Being free from illness and disaster means you have ample blessings. There is no unhappiness in life, only the lack of knowing when enough is enough. 26. Knowing when to stop can keep you out of trouble and help you live longer. Lao Tzu wrote, "Knowing when enough is enough will keep you from danger." This means that a person who knows when to stop at the right time can avoid danger. Lao Tzu wrote, "Stopping at the right moment can prevent you from getting into dangerous situations. Because you don't push things to their limit, you can start over. Anything that reaches its ultimate limit tends to decline and head towards its end." 27. The way of the sage, acting without competing. Lao Tzu wrote, "The way of the sage is to act, but not compete. It is because they do not compete that no one in the world can compete with them." This means the sage's way is simply to do their work without seeking to outdo others. Since they don't vie for competition, the world cannot vie with them in return. Lao Tzu says, "The principle for a leader is to act without trying to dominate. Because they don't try to dominate, there's nobody who would try to compete with them." Similarly, Lao Tzu wrote, "The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without trying to compete, occupying places that people disdain. Thus it is closest to the Tao." This means the highest realm of goodness is like the nature of water. Water does not compete for benefits with all things residing in places overlooked by others, and therefore water is most in harmony with the Tao. Those who do not compete, paradoxically, end up surpassing others because their actions are always in accordance with human nature, benefiting others without causing harm. 28. Talk less, embrace moderation. Laozi taught, more words count less, hold fast to the center. The more you talk, the less you're able to say it all, better to keep to the middle path. Laozi wrote that talking too much often leads to moments of awkward silence, so it's better to follow the path of moderation, where moderation means not leaning too far to any extreme and being adaptable to circumstances. Especially, empty words should be avoided even more. 29. People are soft and flexible at birth, but become stiff and rigid in death. Laozi wrote, humans are born soft and weak and die hard and strong. Everyone is born soft and vulnerable, but in death they become stiff. Laozi also mentioned, all living things, plants and trees, are tender and filled with sap at birth but dry and brittle in death. Therefore, hardness and strength are companions of death, while softness and weakness are companions of life. Thus, the strong do not conquer, and the rigid will easily break. Being hard and strong is inferior, while being soft and weak is superior. This is like using softness to overcome hardness and gentleness to conquer rigidity. 30. Governance, warfare, and peace. Wisdom from Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu teaches, govern with rectitude, utilize the military with strategy, and achieve mastery over the world by doing nothing. This essentially means using integrity to govern a nation, employing adaptability in warfare, and gaining the world by staying uninvolved. According to Lao Tzu's philosophy, the more rules and regulations there are, the poorer the people become. The more weapons the people have, the darker the nation becomes. The more cunning and craft the people possess, the more peculiar and unusual things arise. The clearer the laws and ordinances, the more thieves and bandits there are. When I am inactive, the people transform themselves. When I prefer calm, the people right themselves. When I am without desire, the people themselves become simple and pure. 31. Being good at utilizing people means lowering oneself below others. Laozi taught, the best way to utilize people is to place oneself below them, meaning that those who are good at utilizing others must know to lower themselves below others. Laozi also wrote that a good leader who utilizes people well must place themselves below others. If one only considers their own self-interest, does not respect others, and is not kind towards those who work for them, then they are placing themselves in a higher position. Once someone places themselves in a higher position and others in a lower one, how can they possibly win the hearts of the people? 32. Ruling people. Revering nature. Moderation is key. Laozi taught, to govern people and serve heaven, nothing beats moderation. According to Laozi, governing people is closely related to the natural order of heaven and earth. The best approach is akin to farming. This means we should follow the natural growth and harvesting cycles of crops without forcing them. We should nurture and water them according to their developmental needs. By doing this, crops will naturally thrive and yield a bountiful harvest. Similarly, when leaders guide their people to accomplish great deeds, they must follow these natural principles to achieve significant results. 33. Knowing when enough is enough leads to everlasting fulfillment. Lao Tzu wrote, To know when you have enough is to be rich beyond measure. This means knowing when enough is enough leads to everlasting fulfillment. On the contrary, a person who doesn't know when enough is enough will always feel lacking. A kind-hearted person might not have a lot of wealth, property, cars, or savings, but if they know what enough is, they will enjoy a happy life. 34. Look within, and you will find everything you need. Lao Tzu once said, "Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power." This means that being wise involves understanding others, but true enlightenment comes from understanding oneself. Being strong involves overcoming others, but true strength comes from overcoming oneself. To be successful, one must know oneself and conquer one's own challenges. In Chinese philosophy, yin and yang represent the two opposite forces in the universe, symbolized in the Taijitu, or the yin-yang symbol. These forces are like night and day, black and white, male and female, showing that everything in nature has two sides that are opposite but also complementary and dependent on each other. Our materialistic life often leads us to focus more on making money than on listening to our inner selves. From the Taoist perspective, these actions belong to the yang aspect, which are external movements, and we need a balance between these two forces. Therefore, the Tao Te Ching encourages us to spend time cultivating our yin side, the inner self. The advice is to start with mindfulness meditation to balance oneself, listen to one's body, and find the energy for one's breakthroughs. 35. If you really want to discover yourself, don't label yourself. If you try to define yourself, you won't truly discover who you are. The things you whisper to yourself every day shape your self-perception and guide your thoughts and actions. Avoiding self-labeling or letting anyone else label you sets you free to explore and experiment more. You won't be confined to growing within a safe zone, but instead, you can freely venture into new horizons. 36. Kindness and empathy always win. The river nurtures everything it flows by without seeking recognition. Just like giving kindness without expecting anything in return can bring us more than we hoped for. Empathy is about connecting with others' feelings, and kindness comes from empathy. When you cultivate empathy, you learn to listen to your inner self and understand yourself better. Kind words build confidence. Being kind in your thoughts leads to greatness. Giving with kindness creates love. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength. Loving someone deeply gives you courage. 37. Wisdom and strength come from humility. A wise man knows what he doesn't know. In life, it's important to be humble. Always strive to learn more and not be too proud. Just like a young horse shouldn't be too eager to kick, or it might fall hard. Humble people are never fully satisfied with their own success. They always see themselves as small. They always consider themselves average and look for every way to improve. That's why they often achieve what they desire, sometimes even 100 times more. 38. Be yourself. Don't worry about what others think. Other people's thoughts can become a burden on you. When you obsess over what others think about you, you lose sight of yourself. Once you stop overthinking about others' opinions and thoughts, you'll find your true self. Everyone is entitled to their thoughts, but what others think of you doesn't define your identity or value unless you let them. This is your life, and no one else can live it for you. Ultimately, you are the only one who makes decisions for your life. You only get one life, so why spend it worrying about what others think of you? Do whatever you like. Be whoever you want to be. Live your life without caring about others' opinions. Live fully so you have no regrets. 39. Only by letting go can you truly be free. Letting go makes everything easier. Those who know how to let go are the ones who truly win. That's why the wise act without forcing and teach without using words. Let things come and go as they please. Own everything yet nothing. Act without expectations. When it's done, forget it. That's how it lasts forever. If you want to be everything, start by being a part. To be fulfilled, allow yourself to be empty. To be reborn, embrace the end. If you want to receive, give first. 40. The sage works without competing. Lao Tzu taught, "The way of the sage is to act but not compete, and because he does not compete, the world cannot compete with him." These phrases mean that a sage focuses on his work without engaging in competition. By not competing, no one in the world can compete with him. A person or a country simply needs not to compete with others, not to harbor desires or pursuits, and to win people over with virtue. Then the world will not have anyone who wants to compete against them. Lao Tzu aimed to use this principle to eliminate the desires for violence and the competitive spirit among the ancient monarchs. If everyone can live without desires and pursuits, then they have reached the state of effortless being. As Lao Tzu says, the highest goodness is like water. Water benefits all things without competing with them. It stays in places that people disdain. Therefore, it is close to the way. Water is the best because it benefits all living things without competing. The noble quality of a wise person is like water, benefiting everything without seeking personal gain, being content in simplicity and thus close to the ultimate way. In life, Lao Tzu's idea of because he does not compete, the world cannot compete with him is also a philosophy that turns complexity into simplicity, a wisdom in dealing with the world. Often, the person who does not compete is not the loser or weak, but someone who understands the principles, knows when to advance and when to retreat, stepping back to allow a broader view of the sky. It represents a character, a higher wisdom, and a cultivation. 41. Why did Confucius consider Lao Tzu a teacher? History records that Confucius went to ask Lao Tzu about rituals. Lao Tzu replied, "Those people you talk about, their bones have turned to dust, only their words remain. Moreover, a true gentleman rides in a carriage when the times favor him, and walks with a bamboo hat when they do not. I've heard that a skilled merchant keeps his wealth hidden as though he has none. A gentleman of virtue appears as simple as the ignorant. You should let go of your pride, desires, sensual pleasures, and lust. All these are useless to you." Confucius told his disciples, "I know birds can fly, fish can swim, and animals can run. For those that run, fly, or swim, we can set traps and catch them. But the dragon, I have no idea how it rides the wind and clouds into the sky. Today, I have seen Lao Tzu. He is like the dragon." Upon parting, Lao Tzu advised, "I've heard that wealthy people say goodbye with money, and kind people with words. I'm not wealthy, so allow me as a kind person to give you this advice. The clever and profound struggle to live because they love to criticize others. Those skilled in debate and knowledgeable are in danger because they highlight others' faults. Neither sons nor servants can protect themselves fully." After staying in the state of Lu briefly, Confucius returned to the state of Lu. His teachings broadened after that, attracting more students than before. Yet, the ruler of Lu did not employ him. A few years later, with turmoil in Lu, he had to move to the state of Qi. The Duke of Qi welcomed him and inquired about politics. Confucius pleased the Duke with his discourse. The Duke planned to grant Confucius the land of Nike, but Yan Ying, a high official in Qi, opposed this and advised the Duke against it. Seeing this, Confucius left Qi and returned to Lu. By then, he was 35 or 36 years old. Back home, he taught his students and deeply reflected on the teachings of the sages before him. 42. Lao Tzu's three teachers. 1. Learning from Master Shang Dung. As a child, Lao Tzu studied under a teacher named Shang Dung. Within 3 years, he had learned all that his teacher knew. Before leaving to live in seclusion in the mountains, Master Shang Dung offered some advice. "Look here, my teeth are almost all gone, but my tongue remains intact. Do you know why? Because although teeth are hard, they are easily destroyed, while the soft tongue survives. To live a long life, one must be gentle and not too rigid or sharp. Stay calm in situations and follow what's right." As a diligent and studious youth, Lao Tzu absorbed a wealth of knowledge from Master Shang Dung, and even in his early years, he was already pondering the origins of the universe and governance, laying the groundwork for his later philosophies. 2. Seeking Master Ben Yuan in the mountains. Driven by a desire to understand the origins of the universe and all things, Lao Tzu ventured alone into the hidden mountain to study with Master Ben Yuan. Here, he encountered teachings beyond those of Shang Dung, delving into the profound, mysterious yet simple ways of the great Tao. This marked a turning point for Lao Tzu, leading to the founding of his moral philosophy and set him on the path of enlightenment and teaching. During a time of constant war and territorial disputes, Master Ben Yuan cautioned Lao Tzu before his departure. The way of heaven operates naturally. One must abandon desires to return to one's true nature, aligning with the natural world, purifying one's heart and desires. Everyone has their destiny. Hardships have their reasons. Keep your heart pure, free of desires. Focus on doing good and helping others as if I am always with you. 3. Journeying to Mount Taiyi to study with Master Zhiang. After returning home, Lao Tzu continued to delve into the teachings of Master Ben Yuan. Upon hearing about a supreme sage named Zhiang on Mount Taiyi in the Chu territory, he was determined to seek him out and learn about governance. Zhiang, impressed by Lao Tzu's noble appearance and extraordinary aura, and touched by his spirit to travel thousands of miles for knowledge, accepted him as a disciple. One day, in Zhiang's absence, he entrusted Lao Tzu with a set of texts and 6 questions, saying these encompass all phenomena between heaven and earth and hold the truth about governance he sought. Understanding the essence of these 6 statements would enable him to address all worldly matters, benefit humanity, and make his time on earth worthwhile. The statements were: first, govern the heart, be pure and desireless. Second, govern the body, be gentle and weak. Third, to govern the world, be natural and effortless. Fourth, to govern a household, be harmonious and unified. Fifth, to govern the spirit, preserve the oneness. Sixth, to govern all beings flourish from the one. Upon returning, Master Zhiang inquired about Lao Tzu's understanding of world governance. Lao Tzu responded that to speak of governing is to speak of the Tao of heaven. Heaven and man are one, mutually supportive and interconnected. To fully grasp the Tao of heaven, one must understand the human heart, and through understanding the human heart, one comprehends the Tao of heaven. What is the Tao of heaven? The Tao of heaven is impartial, desireless, non-action, boundless, naturally so, balancing all things, reducing excess, and compensating for deficiencies. How to use the Tao of heaven for governance? Those who govern should eliminate ambition, avoid misconduct, conserve energy, unite the upper and lower ranks, eliminate distinctions, win the people's loyalty, prevent disputes, and achieve world peace. By doing so, one can govern effectively, transform society, ensuring lasting peace and prosperity. One day, Lao Tzu felt troubled and couldn't control it, not understanding why. His teacher explained, "The heart is disturbed because the spirit fears. Being born into this world amidst heaven and earth, we face birth, aging, sickness, death, and the sorrows of parting and reunion. These are the roots of all suffering. When the spirit is not frightened, the heart will not be disturbed. Remember, in any situation, whether joyful or sad, remain calm and composed. When the mind is focused, the spirit is united. If you can achieve a state of neither joy nor sorrow, you can handle all changes in the world." Master ZHANG asked about the 6 questions he had posed for Lao Tzu to ponder. Lao Tzu admitted he had only grasped 3 and was still unclear about governing the body, the spirit, and the world. Master ZHANG elucidated, "To govern the body, one must be gentle and weak as, if returning to the state of a newborn with soft bones and tendons, allowing for a tranquil mind and long life. To govern the spirit, one must preserve the oneness's meaning the human spirit resides within. As the saying goes, merge into one, unite man and spirit, to return to the origin with a clear mind and spirit. Governing the world hinges on grasping the one. Heaven and earth operate, all things come to life. The principle of the world is unity. Losing the one means losing one's nature. Without the one, the clear world becomes muddled. All things perish, nature ceases. Without the one, mountains crumble, rivers flood, peace is lost. Without the one, people are divided, reduced to mere shells, living yet not truly alive. Without the one, nations fall into chaos, people suffer, the world is in turmoil. Without the one, nothing grows, yin and yang disconnect, existence ends." After learning from Master ZHANG, Lao Tzu realized that whether it's governing the world, oneself, or a household, one must adhere to the fundamental principle. The one is the root of all things in the world, the essence of the Tao. Before departing from the mountain, Master ZHANG advised Lao Tzu, "You have learned much new knowledge on Mount Tai. Upon returning, continue to grasp the truth of the great Tao and spread its teachings to all. Help humanity understand the great Tao's truth. If you can achieve this, your work will be celebrated for generations." 43. Doing good deeds brings good karma naturally. During the Song dynasty, some criminals were released from prison and exiled to Sado Island. The laws of the time limited the number of people on the island to no more than 300. The government provided only enough food for 300 criminals. The island was very small and couldn't accommodate many people. Usually, the local officials would drown any excess criminals in the sea. The warden of Sado Island, Li Khan, had drowned 700 prisoners during that time. When Ma Mac took office as the governor of Dong Chao, now in the Bonglai region of Shandong province, he was very dissatisfied with this cruel policy. He decided to change it. He wrote a petition to the emperor. The imperial court's decree to pardon these criminals and let them live on the island, only to drown them when their numbers exceed 300, goes against the emperor's will. In the future, if the population exceeds 300, why not release those who have been living on the island for a long time and ask them to fend for themselves? The emperor thought it was a good idea and ordered the law to be changed. From then on, many prisoners on the island were no longer unjustly killed. Ma Mac had no children. One day he dreamed that a messenger from the Jade Emperor, the supreme deity in heaven, came to him and said that he would be given a son and a daughter for his good deeds towards the people on the island. Later, his wife indeed gave birth to a boy and a girl. Ma Max saved the people on Sato Island and prevented others from committing the sin of murder. He received good karma for his actions. 44. The mystery of Laozi's life. Laozi, whose surname was Li, given name was and courtesy name was Dan, was a great thinker and philosopher, the founder of Taoism. He left behind a famous work, the Tao Te Ching. In 571 BC, Laozi was born in the state of Chu during the Eastern Zhou dynasty. His father, Lao Tzu, was an official of the Song state. In the summer of 573 BC, the state of Chu launched an attack on the state of Song. Lao Tzu led troops to meet the enemy, but unfortunately died in battle, and the Song army immediately disintegrated. Laozi's mother, along with 2 servants and a horseman, fled from the Song capital. On the way to ZHUANG in the state of Chen, she suddenly felt unbearable pain. It turned out she was pregnant, and after fleeing, Laozi was born on a carriage. It is said that when Laozi was born, his body was frail, but his head was large, his eyebrows broad, and his ears large with piercing eyes. Because of his large ears, his mother named him Dan, meaning big-eared. Later, people also called him Li-er, meaning ear. Laozi was more intelligent than others from a young age. He often reflected on the rise and fall of nations, the successes and failures of wars, and observed celestial phenomena. Laozi's mother hired a knowledgeable sage from the Shang dynasty, the venerable Shangdung, to teach him. Shangdung was versed in astronomy and geography, considered a deeply knowledgeable person, respected by Laozi's family. Laozi was unlike other students. His curiosity drove him to study things not recorded in historical texts. One day, when Shangdung was teaching Laozi that among heaven and earth, humans are noble, among people, the king is the root. Laozi asked, "What is heaven?" The sage answered, "Heaven is the clarity above." Laozi continued, "What is this clarity?" The sage replied, "The clarity is the great void." Still unsatisfied, Laozi asked, "What lies beyond the great void?" This question stumped Shangdung, who admitted, "The sages have not passed this on, the ancient texts do not record it, and I, being ignorant, dare not speculate." From then on, Laozi often gazed at the night sky, pondering unanswered questions. Another time, Shangdung taught, "In the 6 harmonies there exist heaven, earth, humans, and things. Heaven has the way of heaven, earth has geography, humans have moral principles, and things have their nature. Because of the way of heaven, the sun, the moon, and the stars move. Because of geography, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas form. Because of moral principles, the distinctions between seniors and juniors exist. Because of the nature of things, we can differentiate between long and short, sturdy and fragile." Hearing this, Laozi immediately asked, "Who makes the sun, the moon, and the stars move? Who created the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas? Who decided the distinctions between seniors and juniors? Who set the standards for long and short, sturdy and fragile?" The sage answered, "It is all done by the gods." Laozi then asked, "How do the gods decide all these?" The sage replied, "The gods have the power to transform, to create all things, thus they can do so." Laozi continued, "Where does the gods' power come from?" After pondering, the sage could only reply, "The sages have not passed this on, the ancient texts do not record it, and I, being ignorant, dare not speculate." Laozi pondered this question, fasting for 3 days without concern for food or drink. Another time, Shangdung taught, "In the world, harmony is precious. Discord leads to conflict, conflict to mutual destruction to injury to both sides to harm without benefit. Therefore, benefiting others is benefiting oneself, harming others is harming oneself. Laozi asked, when conflicts occur in the world, causing people to suffer, why do the rulers not manage it? The sage answered, people fighting each other is minor discord. Minor discord leads to minor calamities, which the ruler can rectify. States fighting each other is major discord. Major discord leads to major calamities. Major calamities are the fault of the ruler. How can he rectify himself? Laozi then asked, if the ruler cannot rectify himself, why don't the gods rectify the ruler? Sheng Dung didn't know how to answer, resorting to his previous response. The sages have not passed this on, the ancient texts do not record it, and I, being ignorant, dare not speculate. After teaching Laozi for 3 years, Sheng Dung told Laozi's mother, my knowledge is limited. Your son is too intelligent. I have passed on all I know in 3 years. Today, I come to say goodbye. Your son has great ambitions. I suggest you take Dan Air to the capital of the Chu state. It is a gathering place for virtuous and knowledgeable people. If you want Dan Air to achieve great things, you must take him there to learn. Laozi then became a disciple of the Chu state's Thai doctor, who later recommended him for the position of chief librarian. As Laozi reached adulthood, Sheng Dung, or another teacher named Chang Tung according to some accounts, was very old. Once, when the sage fell seriously ill, Laozi visited him. At the bedside, the sage asked Laozi, pointing to his mouth, do I still have a tongue? Laozi found this strange, thinking, has my teacher become confused due to illness, asking such a question? Without a tongue, how could he speak? The sage then asked, what about my teeth? By this time, the sage had lost all his teeth. Laozi answered accordingly. The sage said, do you know why I ask this? Then Laozi realized his teacher was enlightening him. The tongue survives because it is soft. Teeth fall out because they are hard. Many things in the world are like this. Later, in the Tao Te Ching, Laozi wrote, nothing in the world is softer and weaker than water, yet it attacks the hard and strong. Nothing can surpass it. Nothing can take its place. The soft overcomes the hard. The weak overcomes the strong. Everyone knows this, yet no one can do it. Thus, the sage says, he who bears the nation's disgrace will be the lord of its altars to soil and grain. He who bears the nation's misfortunes will be king under heaven. Right words seem paradoxical. This clearly explains that although water is the softest and weakest in the world, its power to erode is unmatched. The weak can overcome the strong. The soft can overcome the hard. Everyone knows this, but not everyone can do it. Therefore, the sage believes that only those who can bear the nation's disgrace can become its ruler, and those who can bear the nation's disasters can become the king of the world. From then on, Laozi realized that everyone should maintain softness and quietness to tolerate the world. Thus, the Tao will flow into the body, helping people not stray from virtue. Laozi's teacher taught him the rights of the Chu state, the essence of which is humility. At this point, Laozi deeply understood this concept. In 485 BC, seeing the decline of the Chu state, Laozi resigned from his position as chief librarian, preparing to pass through the Hangu Pass to the western regions to enlighten the people. Laozi knew that the guardian of Hangu Pass, Yin Shi, was destined to understand the Tao. Therefore, he lectured Yin Shi for 5,000 words. Yin Shi wrote these words into a book, naming it Tao Te Ching. Yin Shi followed Laozi's teachings to cultivate and indeed achieve Tao, becoming immortal. Later, Taoist practitioners revered Laozi as their founding master. According to historical records at Mount Yao in present-day Linfen, Shaanxi Province, Laozi ascended to heaven in broad daylight. This means that after achieving Tao, a cultivator ascends to heaven during the day to become an immortal. At the site of his ascension, later generations built the Ascension Platform, also called Phoenix Platform or Supernatural Platform, to commemorate the founder of Taoism. 45. Wise people solve problems. The enlightened eliminate them. Zhuangzi once told a story like this. Long ago, there was a very timid man who, upon suddenly seeing his own shadow, thought it was a monster causing trouble and ran away in terror. His shadow was always beside him, and as he ran faster, the shadow kept up, making him even more panicked and causing him to run even faster. In the end, he died from exhaustion. Our lives are similar. Just as there are good times, there are also bad times, like everyone finding their own shadow under the sun. The more we avoid difficulties, the more unsolved problems accumulate, eventually leading to extreme fatigue. Smart people have never considered avoidance a solution to problems. Ordinary people avoid problems. In this world, there are people who are extremely barren in terms of mentality, and these are the ordinary ones. Around us, there are always people who think avoidance might be shameful, but it's useful. In reality, avoidance doesn't solve the problem. It just pushes it back. Avoidance is not only shameful, but also worthless. Like the saying goes, a poor workman blames his tools. If someone is not good at speaking, changing their environment won't improve their EQ. If someone can't cook, getting a better pan won't make them a chef. Avoidance might seem easy, but the problem remains, piling up into a mountain, invisibly pressing down on our backs. Such people might seem promising at the moment, but in reality, all problems fall to the future. When the accumulated problems force them to face them, the pressure is much greater than if they had faced them from the start. Avoidance is an instinct for any creature. But once running becomes a habit, people tend to first think of running away rather than how to solve the problem. A psychologist once said, "If you can't solve a problem, you become the problem." Piling today's problems onto tomorrow will eventually force you to face them. Carrying burdens on your back will someday crush you to pieces. Smart people solve problems. When faced with difficulties, smart people don't choose to run away or compromise, but first recognize the problem clearly and solve it. People with agile minds are good at spotting problems and finding ways out for themselves. In the book of Zhuangzi, there's a story. One day, Confucius wanted to go to the state of Song. On the way, he met an old man with a hunched back catching cicadas with a long stick. His movements were fluid and easy, as if picking things off the ground. Confucius said, "Your skill is amazing. Do you have a secret?" The old man replied, "I have my way. Though the stick is long and hard to aim accurately, and the cicadas are high up, I can practice more each day. After 5 or 6 months of persistent practice, my skill improved significantly. When catching cicadas, I stand firm, like a tree on the ground, my arm holding the stick like a branch. Though the world is vast and there's much to see, I only focus on the cicada's wings, not distracted by anything around me. How can I not succeed?" Smart people, when faced with a problem, are like the old man, analyzing the problem in their hearts while solving it with their hands. If the problem seems unsolvable at the moment, they are ready to put in 100 times, 1,000 times the effort to overcome difficulties and improve themselves. Such strong individuals, how can they not succeed? The enlightened eliminate problems. Confucius saw cicadas, but what Zhuangzi saw were turtles. In Zhuangzi, Autumn Waters, he tells a story of fishing in the Bow River. Zhuangzi was leisurely fishing in the Bow River when two officials from the King of Song said to him, "Our king wishes to invite you to help him govern the state." Zhuangzi was unmoved, still holding his fishing rod, calmly said, "I heard that Song has a turtle that lived for 3,000 years. After it died, the king wrapped it in silk and placed it in a precious bamboo box and solemnly placed it in the temple. You two officials, do you think the divine turtle wanted to die and enjoy wealth and honor, or did it want to live freely swimming in the mud?" The two officials seemed to understand. They replied, "The divine turtle surely wanted to swim freely in the mud." Zhuangzi said, "Then go back. I'd rather be like the turtle, happily living in the mud." Zhuangzi, a sage, understood life better than anyone. He knew that living simply, not suited to the cutthroat Game of Thrones, not meant to live in a golden cage built by wealth, was best for him. His life was most suited to being free, one with nature, with the Tao. Feng Yulan, a Chinese philosopher, historian, and writer, once said, "The unique wisdom of Zhuangzi lies in he can't solve the problem, but he can eliminate it." In Zhuangzi's eyes, no problem is really a problem. In this vast world, we are always like newborns, unable to predict what problems we will encounter, nor can we be sure that our lives will always be smooth sailing. Even Zhuangzi felt powerless when the feudal lords fought and competed for the world. The victor in life is not those who have weathered storms in legends, nor those who hide and wait for the storm to pass. The true victor is the one who dares to dance in the wind, praising the rainbow behind every dark cloud. 46. Why I must not see, hear, or think. Living in a tumultuous historical era, Zhuangzi is regarded as a great philosopher of Taoism in ancient Chinese philosophy. A person who would rather drag his tail through the mud to maintain his character and integrity, keeping his soul pure amidst the chaos of society. A free-spirited, talented, eccentric, and creative Taoist, he left many deep lessons hidden within a few words that only those who truly contemplate and delve deeper can grasp their true meanings. 1. The best way to resist temptation is not to come into contact with it, not to see with the eyes, not to hear with the ears, not to think with the mind. When the spirit is in harmony, the body can live long. Be cautious within, guarded without. Knowing too much can lead to defeat. This can be understood as limiting what we see with our eyes, hear with our ears, and overthink with our minds. When you do, your spirit will align with your form, and your form will last longer. Treat yourself with caution, unaffected by external influences. Keep a steadfast mind and understand the root of failure. Lao Tzu said, "The 5 colors make man's eyes blind. The 5 tones make his ears deaf. The 5 flavors make his taste dull. Chasing and hunting make his mind chaotic. Hard to attain make for self-trouble." Therefore, the best way to resist all temptations is not to approach them. A person who seeks self-stimulating feelings will ultimately harm themselves, causing their senses to lose their innate abilities. Giving in to one's desires is a grave mistake among mistakes, harming not just the body but also causing a person to indulge in pleasures, forgetting the will to advance. If we stay away from and remain ignorant of the temptations we desire, we can keep our minds clear as a mirror, unaffected by loss or chaos, not greedy even when gains are made. Only by carefully protecting an honest understanding of our inner nature can we avoid being influenced by the various forms of the external world. What's known as knowledge and experience can sometimes make us lose our essence and stray from the truth. 2. The only way to reach a state of freedom is through non-action. Let things transform on their own by not interfering. Abandon form, abandon intellect, abandon all things, and liberate the spirit. Non-action is a state of relaxation, letting things follow their natural course, and nature will push all things to grow and transform on their own. Forget about form, abandon intellect, forget the self within, and the external objects to merge with nature. Humans exist under a specific form, act centered on themselves, and perceive the objective world around them based on their pragmatism and self-interest. This ego becomes heavy and destroys the natural flow, also affected by personal likes and dislikes. Thus, Zhuangzi advocates forgetting the existence of form and mind, essentially forgetting the self, eliminating all thoughts of right and wrong to fully free the soul and spirit. 3. The greatest blessing in life is to let things be natural. Everything has its root and destiny, transforming to eventually return to its source, unchanged throughout life. Even though things are born different, their natural essence is the same and does not change, all moving from birth to death, then from the source back to the origin. Humans come from nature and will eventually return to nature. Life and death are the natural laws of heaven and earth. Everyone will grow old and die. Not just that, many young people also unexpectedly face death unknowingly. Thus, life should not be struggled over or made difficult. Life exists like day and night alternate, the 4 seasons cycle. We can only follow nature. While life exists, cherish everything and give your all. 4. The only reason people suffer is because of material things. Overcoming materialism, being free and at ease, harmonizing with creation, wandering freely between heaven and earth. Only those without desires, without material needs, are the strongest in the world. Among heaven and earth in life, humans are just a part of the natural world. Humans do not serve material things nor depend on them. Escaping from the shackles that materialism brings allows one to wander freely, becoming the most honorable being between heaven and earth. Even if one possesses wealth and fame but doesn't know how to let go, wanting more and being insatiably greedy without knowing when to stop, that's getting entangled in life. Living dependent on something is the most miserable life. 47. The county magistrate who spoke with the dead. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, Chu Hu served as a county magistrate known for his strict and fair law enforcement. He was fearless against power, earning immense support from the common people, though not without making a few officials unhappy. One early morning, Chu Hu was informed that a mutilated body without limbs was hanging at the gate of a nearby temple. Shocked, Chu Hu, who had maintained peace in the area for many years, wondered how such a brutal murder could have occurred in his peaceful jurisdiction. He immediately went to the temple and saw a crowd gathered around the gruesome scene. Sure enough, there was a limbless, bloodied corpse hanging at the temple gate. Chu Hu asked the crowd to step back and examine the body closely. He noticed that there was hardly any blood around the mouth of the corpse, suggesting that the limbs were removed post-mortem. An idea struck Chu Hu, and he pretended to speak with the corpse, nodding his head as if in conversation. This odd scene puzzled the onlookers. After a while, Chu Hu ordered the soldiers to move the body and whispered something to one of them. Back at the magistrate's office, Chu Hu summoned the officials and solemnly declared, "I have been here for many years and never encountered such a heinous crime. I must take responsibility. I have a clue to solving this case. I spoke with the deceased, and I have a basic grasp of the situation. The truth will soon be revealed, so please stay inside and wait." The officials secretly laughed, thinking it impossible to converse with the dead. Yet, some felt uneasy. Chu Hu was known for his meticulous judgment and keen observation, able to read the slightest expressions. Soon, a soldier rushed in, whispering to Chu Hu, who nodded and smiled, saying, "Pay attention, the case is clear now. Let the deputy magistrate, who oversees judicial affairs, come forward." The deputy magistrate, startled, stepped forward. Chu Hu accused him. "You are clever, but explain why you committed such a vile act." The deputy magistrate turned pale and stammered a denial. Chu Hu sternly replied, "If you don't confess, I'll charge you with murder." Cornered, the deputy magistrate confessed. Previously, he had profited from bribes, but since Chu Hu's appointment, strict governance had cut off his illicit income. Seeking to undermine Chu Hu's authority, he found a desecrated grave with a disfigured corpse, which he mutilated further to fit into a sack, and hung at the temple gate to simulate a murder, hoping to tarnish Chu Hu's reputation. Chu Hu had deduced the truth after noticing rice husk residue and cut marks on the body, and his soldiers confirmed the deputy magistrate was the only one carrying a sack into town that night. With the case solved, Chu Hu's reputation soared among the people. Some said, "Magistrate Chu is blessed by the heavens, with spirits aiding his swift and accurate justice." Others remarked, "Magistrate Chu's integrity and fortune attract divine assistance, leading to insightful breakthroughs." Chu Hu's integrity in this incident further solidified his position and improved the region's governance. 48. Zhang Fei teaches Ma Chao a lesson in respect. As soon as Emperor Liu Bei met Ma Chao, he appointed him as the General of the West and titled him Marquis of DUNG. Ma Chao, feeling very generously treated by the emperor, forgot the proper decorum between a lord and his subjects and often addressed the emperor by name. Guan Yu was furious and suggested killing Ma Chao. The emperor did not agree. Zhang Fei said, "If we don't kill him, we must teach him what respect means." The next day, Emperor Liu Bei held a grand banquet for his generals. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stood armed on either side of the emperor. As Ma Chao entered, he noticed there were no seats for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Looking around carefully, he saw Guan Yu and Zhang Fei standing solemnly by the emperor, which made him visibly shocked. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu had effectively used their actions to teach Ma Chao a lesson in respect. From then on, Ma Chao treated Emperor Liu Bei with utmost reverence. Ancients said, "The wise can serve as a model and teach others through their actions." It turns out that Zhang Fei could also use his actions to instruct Ma Chao in respect. Feng Menglong wrote, "Zhang Fei once showed a stern demeanor. Now he used his actions to teach Ma Chao respect. These were all thoughtful and detailed gestures by him. It's unfair for later generations to view Zhang Fei as a brute, doing a great disservice to General Zhang Fei." 49. Putting national interests above personal grudges. When King Zhao of the state of Zhao returned from his victory in Shangli, he recognized the great merit of Lan Xiangru for bringing back the precious jade to Zhao, and immediately appointed him as a high official, ranking above Lian Po. Lian Po, who prided himself on his military achievements, was upset that Lan Xiangru, who had used only his wit, was ranked higher. Lian Po declared, "If I ever meet Lan Xiangru, I will make sure he is humiliated." Hearing this, Lan Xiangru did his best to avoid Lian Po, often calling in sick to court to avoid confrontation. Once, seeing Lian Po from a distance, Lan Xiangru took a detour to avoid him. His followers, noticing this, decided to leave him, thinking he was cowardly. Lan Xiangru pleaded with them to stay, asking, "Who do you find more formidable, Lian Po or the King of Qin?" When they said the King of Qin was more intimidating, Lan Xiangru responded, "Even though I stood up to the King of Qin in court and criticized his ministers, do you think I would fear Lian Po? I avoid him not out of fear, but because if we were to clash, it would harm the state. Our unity is what keeps Qin from attacking ZHAO. I put the welfare of our nation above my personal grievances." Moved by Lan Xiangru's words, Lian Po was convinced to seek reconciliation. He came to Lan Xiangru shirtless with a whip, ready to be punished for his previous hostility. They became sworn brothers afterward. In another instance, during the Eastern Han Dynasty, a general under General Gong Sun Fan killed a man in Tianshui and was executed by the governor Ku Shun. Gong Sun Fan was humiliated and vowed to kill Cao Shun if they ever met. Ku Shun, aware of this, avoided confrontation. Ku Shun's grandnephew suggested extra protection, but Ku Shun refused, saying there was no need, drawing inspiration from Lan Xiangru's prioritization of national interests over personal conflicts. When Gong Sun Fan passed through Tianshui, Governor Ku Shun prepared a generous welcome with plenty of wine, leading to a peaceful resolution. The emperor later summoned both men to court and ordered them to make peace, which they did. Feng Menglong writes about another example where Duke Yang of the Tang Dynasty, Ku Zhuqi, and Li Guangbi, despite their personal differences, came together for the sake of the nation. Similarly, during the Song Dynasty, when the disgraced official Ding Wei was welcomed by the governor he had once demoted, it showcased the same spirit of putting national interests first, resolving personal grievances for the greater good. 50. NGHIEM Chan donates to the scholar. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang Dynasty, NGHIEM Chan served as the military governor of the southwest Son-Nam region. One day, a man came to his door asking for 300 strings of coins to get by. NGHIEM Chan summoned his subordinate Gong Bat to inquire about this request. Gong Bat remarked, "This man must be mad, sir. There's no need to pay him any mind." NGHIEM Chan, angered, responded, "Are you trying to ruin my family's reputation? You should be encouraging me to do good deeds, not to be stingy with my wealth. Besides, this man, bold enough to ask me for 300 strings of coins, must be no ordinary individual." He then ordered his staff to give the man the requested amount. Consequently, the scholars and gentlemen of the 3 districts of Tam Shuyen, comprising the areas of Kiem Nam West Shuyen, Kiem Nam East Shuyen, and Son Nam West Dao, held NGHIEM Chan in high esteem and willingly followed him. After this incident, however, no one else came to ask NGHIEM Chan for money again. Gong Bat's concerns never materialized. Feng Mong Long wrote, "Many of the world's ills stem from the reluctance to part with money, while many good deeds arise from the willingness to do so. Throughout history, no truly good person has been tight-fisted with their wealth. During different dynasties like the 3 kingdoms Lu Su from the state of Wu, Tang dynasty's Yu Shun, and Song dynasty's Pham Trong Yem were all generous individuals who eagerly aided the impoverished scholars. Dong Shangshu from the western Wu, now Zhenjiang, Jiangsu, was well off and sociable, always ready to donate money and goods to the needy scholars without hesitation. During the Hongji Emperor's reign, the Qiukan Temple needed repairs. The magistrate visited 3 wealthy families to solicit contributions for the restoration. Ngo Mon Han from Truong Hung County was among them. Ngo Mo declared, "This task won't cost much. Allow me to take on the responsibility myself." The magistrate was pleased. Upon returning home, Ngo Mo informed his father, who exclaimed, With such courage, my son is surely capable of carrying on our family legacy. The insight of this elder was indeed extraordinary. 51. National assets can't just be taken at will. Emperor Taizu of the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, initially served under Emperor Taizu of the later Zhou dynasty, Chai Rong, in Zhenzhou. Tao Ban, a trusted aide of Emperor Taizu of later Zhou, was in charge of managing tea and wine. Once, Taizu asked him for wine to drink, but Tao Ban said, "This wine is reserved for officials and cannot be given out," and instead bought wine for him with his own money. When Taizu became the emperor, he told his court, "Among all the trusted aides of Emperor Taizu of later Zhou, only Tao Ban did not deceive his master." From then on, he treated Tao Ban as a confidant and entrusted him with significant responsibilities. When Emperor Taizu attacked Chuzhou, Emperor Taizu of later Zhou ordered Du Yi to inventory the gold, silver, and silk in the treasury. A few days later, Taizu ordered Shen Lai to take some silk from the treasury, but Dao Yi said, "When the general just conquered the city, even if all the treasures were taken, no one dared to say anything. But now that an inventory has been taken, these are national assets, and you can't just take them because you want to." Later, after ascending to the throne, Taizu often praised Dao Yi for adhering to principles and wanted to promote him to prime minister. 52. The strategic intelligence of Xiao He and Nam Mo. When Liu Bang captured the capital city of Hangu Pass from the Qin dynasty, all the generals rushed to find and divide the treasury. Only Xiao He, who entered Hangu Pass first, chose to search for and take the legal documents and records of the Qin dynasty's prime minister and imperial historians instead. It was because of Xiao He's findings, which included maps, population registries, and official records, that Liu Bang could understand the critical aspects, population size, strengths and weaknesses, and the difficulties faced by the people. Nam Mo from Shuangkuk County came from a family with a background in managing treasury affairs at the county level. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, while others looted for gold and treasures, Nam Mo alone focused on digging storage pits for grain. During the war between Han and Chu at the Battle of Gaixia, continuous conflicts prevented people from farming, causing the price of rice to skyrocket to 10,000 coins per bushel. As a result, the valuable treasures of many could not sustain them, and they had to trade their gold and jewels for grain. Thus, all the wealth ended up with Nam Mo. Feng Mong Long wrote, "The intelligence of Xiao He and NHAM Mo is hard to compare. Switching their roles would have likely led to similar achievements." Similarly, in the land of Shu, the ancestors of the Track family, originally from the state of Zhao, became wealthy through their iron-smithing business. When the Qin dynasty conquered Zhao, the Track family was relocated to Shu, traveling by foot and pushing carts. While others used their limited funds to bribe officials for a favorable relocation, the Track family sought a challenging but potentially rewarding location. They heard about the fertile lands near Mount Mien, where potatoes could be easily grown, preventing starvation, and where the local people engaged in weaving and trading. They requested to move to a distant place, ending up in Lam Kung. There, they relied on the mountains to continue their metalworking and trade, eventually becoming wealthier. The Track family's insight truly set them apart. 53. Using soldiers for food transport. Dong Baktu from Tuzhou, in the 16th year of the ZHANG era of the Yuan dynasty, 1356, proposed to the court that in the Haining region, where boats could not navigate, military supplies had to be transported by land. The coastal population was often disturbed by pirates and needed more attention. The temporary solution was to assign the army to transport food. The method for land transport was for each person to walk 10 steps, allowing 36 people to cover 1 mile, 360 people to cover 10 miles, and 3,600 people to reach 100 miles. Each person would carry 4 du of rice in cloth bags, sealed and managed by officials. Each person carrying rice would make continuous trips, 500 times a day, covering a total of 28 miles. Moving quickly for 14 miles, they could transport 200 du a day, enough to supply 20,000 people each trip. This way, food could be transported 100 miles a day. Feng Menglong wrote, "During the northern military campaigns at Zhonglong, due to the long and perilous journey, heavy carts, and the fatigue of the people, along with a shortage of provisions, a flat area was chosen and distances were evenly divided with guarded stations arranged. Each laborer transported a stone of rice. One person passed it to another until dusk. The people were not tired, and the food was plentiful. This was the method used." 54. Hung Loi tackles problems. In the past, the capital's food supply depended on water transport, and only the warehouse in Tongzhou, which was near the river, was convenient. Transporting goods from Tongzhou to the capital's warehouse over 40 miles by land was expensive and resulted in significant losses. When the army trained in the capital for long periods, the cost was unsustainable. Thinking about these two tough problems, Liu Bandao proposed to the court to use the Tongzhou granary. On months when soldiers weren't training, he suggested rotating soldiers to transport food to the capital, offering a reward for every 20 stones of grain transported. All waterway transport was managed by Tongzhou, and he also built 300 more granary units for storage. This led to an excess of over 500,000 stones of quality rice annually, expanding the capital's food storage. The emperor rewarded Liu Bandao with a second-rank official robe for his achievements. Feng Menglong wrote, "Liu Bandao, from Jiangsu's Changzhou, initially praised by Ba Ngaki from Tinvian, and made an assistant, later became a deputy in the Ministry of Justice, and went on expeditions to Yunnan, often employing his strategies. During the Zheng Tong years, 1436 to 1449, he joined Minister Jin Lian in subduing Fujian, capturing over 10,000 prisoners, and was promoted in the Ministry of Personnel. In the early years of the Chengtai era, around 1450, with instability in the northwest and people living in fear, Liu Bandao proposed using the treasury to buy 2,000 buffaloes in exchange for grain for the people. When a granary theft in Guizhou implicated many, Liu was sent to investigate and resolve the issue within a month without any injustices. The emperor praised his integrity and skill, rewarding him with multicolored fabric. In the early Tianxun years, around 1457, he was promoted to a higher position in the Ministry of Personnel, overseeing food storage around the capital, Tongzhou, and Huai'an. Liu Bandao's promotions were due to his talent, and he was recommended by elders who valued merit over background, showing the emperor's unbiased approach to appointments. This is a valuable lesson for people today to follow. 55. Using radish plants to reinforce the dike. When TZU'S took office in Hangzhou during a year of severe drought, famine, and epidemics, he petitioned the court to exempt 1/3 of the rice quota that Hangzhou's people were required to deliver, preventing rice prices from soaring. He also received a reward of 100 du of rice, which he used to exchange for rice to relieve the people. The following spring, he reduced the price of rice, helping the people gradually recover from the drought's effects. Hangzhou, with its waterways and low-lying terrain, had brackish and bitter water sources, and its population was sparse. It was Li Bi from the Tang dynasty who first channeled water from West Lake to build 6 large wells, providing enough water for the people and increasing the population density in villages. When Bai Ju Yi became an official, he dredged West Lake and led water into the Yun River, watering more than 1,000 fields. However, the lake was full of radish plants and their roots densely covered the area. Since the Tang dynasty, the lake required annual maintenance to ensure enough water, but it was neglected after the Song dynasty, leading to overgrowth in the lake, transforming it into a vast radish field, reducing water availability and requiring water to be diverted from other sources, making the Yun River run dry. The city had to dredge the river every 3 years due to sediment accumulation, a significant problem for the city, and the 6 wells were also abandoned for many years. Upon his arrival, TZU'S immediately dredged Mao Sun and DMQ rivers, linking Mao Sun to the Jianghu and DMQ to the Thui Lake. He built dams to control the water flow, preventing it from flowing through the city. He also repaired the 6 wells for the benefit of the people. Visiting the lake, TZU'S pondered, how can we eliminate these radish plants without wasting them? With the lake stretching 30 miles north to south, it's impossible to clear in a day. If we pile the radish roots to form a long dike, it would solve the problem and facilitate north-south travel. The people of Wu, referring to southern Jiangsu and northern Zhejiang, harvest barley in spring without leaving anything behind. If we clear the radish fields, recruit people to grow barley, and prepare for lake repairs after the harvest, we can prevent flooding and congestion in the lake. Using the surplus money and food from the famine relief, totaling over 10,000 bushels, he petitioned the court again and received a reward of 100 du'u of rice to recruit laborers to build the dike. On top of the dike, he planted phoenix trees and willows, creating a picturesque and interesting landscape from afar. To honor his benevolence, the people of Hangzhou named it Tagong Dike. 56. Zhuang helps the people increase their wealth, and everyone is happy. Zhuang was very methodical in leading the community. Initially, as an assistant in the Chaozhou area, the water channels were blocked, and the rice fields had been left uncultivated for decades because previous administrators couldn't clear the blockages. As soon as Zhuang took office, the local governor discussed this issue with him, concerned about the significant effort it would require from the people. After personally surveying the area, Zhuang told the governor that with enough manpower, the job could be done in 3 days. The governor was skeptical, thinking Zhuang was exaggerating. Zhuang then gathered the needed workforce, measured the area accurately, and assigned specific tasks to individuals, everyone eager to contribute. The project was completed in 3 days, leaving the governor amazed and attributing the success to divine intervention. As a result, Zhuang was promoted by the court to be the governor of Baju. Many people in Baju were wandering without a purpose. In each village, Zhuang established a registry, recording each household's members, detailing their age, gender, and assigning housing, wheat, apple seedlings, weaving tools, and even specifying the number of pigs and chickens to be raised. This information was widely distributed so every household was informed. Whenever he had time, Zhuang would visit households to check the registry, and those not complying were penalized. Consequently, the people diligently worked and were not lazy. In less than 2 years, everyone had accumulated wealth. Zhuang's efforts to help the community increase their wealth made everyone joyful and excited. 57. Why being blind was lucky. There's a story in the Liaozi Tangwen that goes like this. During the spring and autumn period in the state of Song, there lived a man known for his kindness and charity, a tradition upheld by his family for 3 generations. One day his black buffalo gave birth to a white calf, an unusual event that led him to consult Confucius, who interpreted it as a good omen. Less than a year later, the man suddenly became blind for no apparent reason. Around the same time, the black buffalo gave birth to another white calf, so he sent his son to ask Confucius what it all meant. The son questioned the need to inquire again, recalling his father's previous misfortune of becoming blind. The man replied with a smile that the words of the wise can initially seem wrong but prove right in the end, and insisted on seeking Confucius's insight once more. Confucius again called it a good omen and advised offering sacrifices to heaven. The man told his son to follow Confucius's advice. A year later, the son also became inexplicably blind. Soon the state of Chu attacked Song, laying siege to its capital. The siege was so severe that the people inside the city ran out of food, resorting to trading their children for food and even digging up corpses to eat. This brutal event occurred in 595 BC when Chu besieged the Song capital of Shangqiu for 9 months, leading to desperate measures among the besieged. All able-bodied men were conscripted, and more than half perished in the war. The kind man and his son, being blind, were exempted from military service. After the war ended, both father and son's sight was miraculously restored. 58. Punishing the wicked, suppressing the deceitful. In Pha County of Anphong, 2 water canals connecting the north and south had previously been constructed to irrigate the agricultural lands in the area, benefiting the local population significantly. However, a drought led everyone to hurriedly want to plant their crops in time for the season. Some individuals, seeking personal gain, secretly diverted water to their own fields, resulting in the destruction of the canals and the loss of their irrigation capabilities. This caused substantial harm to everyone. Lin Huoc Kok, the prefect of Tho Xuan, ordered the repair of the damaged canal banks in Pha County. He did not call for widespread labor but mobilized only those living near the canals to participate in the repairs. Since they had stolen the water leading to the canal's destruction and the subsequent disaster, this act was to make the local people understand that theft and selfish scheming were self-damaging behaviors, hoping they would not dare to secretly damage the canals again. In the region of Van Hung, wealthy landowners who had ample straw and chaff would often send their servants to secretly dig through the official dikes. During the years of Ham Bin, 998-1003, Triu Xuang Ngon, serving as the governor, was well aware of the situation but had not investigated further. One day, when a dike broke and the local officials urgently reported it, Triu Xuang Ngon ordered the wealthy families were to contribute labor and materials, immediately using their straw and chaff to reinforce the dike. Since then, no wealthy landowner dared to secretly dig through the official dikes anymore. 59. For the people, swiftly removing flatterers. After the death of Duke Huan of Qi, the state of Qi lost its dominant position and gradually weakened. During Duke Jing of Qi's reign, the states of Qin and Yan seized a large territory from Qi. Duke Jing was terrified and consulted his minister Yan Ying, asking, "What should we do?" Yan Ying recommended Tian Yingzhu, a military expert, to the Duke. Despite his reservations about Tian Yingzhu's humble background, the urgent threat of invasion left Duke Jing with little choice. He assembled an army of 500 chariots and appointed Tian Yingzhu as the commander to face the invading forces. Tian Yingzhu was concerned that his low status might undermine his authority and lead to disaster if his troops lacked morale during a confrontation. He requested that Duke Jing assign a highly trusted noble to oversee the army. Duke Jing appointed his confidant Dr. Zhang for this role. Before departing, Qian Yingzhu told Zhang Jia to join him at the camp at noon the next day without fail. Zhang Jia agreed. However, Zhang Jia was a sycophant, more used to flattering the king than fulfilling his duties. Despite agreeing to Qian Yingzhu's request, he had other plans, considering himself too important to be commanded by a mere general. Returning home, Zhang Jia was surrounded by other officials seeking his favor. They threw a lavish party with fine food and wine, praising him incessantly. Zhang Jia drank heavily and forgot his commitment to Qian Yingzhu. Meanwhile, Qian Yingzhu had assembled the troops and waited for Zhang Jia under the scorching sun, using a wooden post to track time by its shadow. As the shadow disappeared without Zhang Jia's arrival, Qian Yingzhu ordered the post to be chopped down, signaling that they would wait no longer. He maintained strict discipline despite the harsh conditions. Zhang Jia arrived late and drunk. When confronted by Qian Yingzhu, he casually mentioned being detained by the guests. Qian Yingzhu, emphasizing the seriousness of their duty to the country and the urgency of the situation, criticized Zhang Jia for prioritizing a banquet over military matters. Embarrassed and angry, Zhang Jia was about to retaliate when Qian Yingzhu called for the military law officer and asked about the penalty for tardiness. "Deserves death," was the response. Panicked, Zhang Jia fled to Duke Jing for help. Duke Jing sent a royal decree to save Zhang Jia, but it was too late. When the messenger arrived, Qian Yingzhu informed him that Zhang Jia had already been executed for violating military law. He then ordered the execution of the left side of the messenger's chariot and horse as a warning to the troops. Qian Yingzhu's adherence to military discipline, even in the face of royal favor, earned him deep respect from his soldiers. He took care of his troops and shared his provisions with them, boosting their morale. The army's spirit was greatly lifted, and they were eager to defend their country. 3 days later, Qian Yingzhu led the Qi army against the forces of Qin and Yan. The enemy, hearing of the Qi army's high morale and seeing their formidable approach, retreated without a fight. Qi achieved victory without battle, and Duke Jing joyously welcomed the triumphant soldiers back to the capital. Qian Yingzhu was promoted to the highest military position and is remembered in history as a great general. 60. Shao. His great contribution. Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, could conquer the realm thanks to the significant contributions from his supporters, among whom Xiao He was the most outstanding. As the Qin dynasty declined, heroes rose up everywhere. Liu Bang was the first to enter the Qin capital of Xianyang. While other generals were scrambling to loot gold, silk, and treasures, Xiao He alone gathered legal codes, geographic maps, household registries, and historical documents from the treasury. Later, when Liu Bang and Xiang Yu were contending for supremacy, the records and documents preserved by Xiao He allowed Liu Bang to know the details of the country's strategic passes, population density, local products, and key geographical features, thus gaining an advantage. Han Xin from Huayin was a rare talent. When he came to Liu Bang, he was not taken seriously, which discouraged him and made him consider joining another lord. Upon hearing that Han Xin had fled, Xiao He immediately pursued him that night. Thanks to Xiao He's recommendation, Liu Bang promoted Han Xin to be the chief commander of the army, leading to a series of victories that eventually defeated the formidable rival Xiang Yu. After the empire was stabilized, Liu Bang rewarded his contributors, with Xiao He receiving the most rewards. The other officials were dissatisfied, arguing, "We donned armor, wielded weapons, and braved countless battles without regard for our lives to achieve today's success. Xiao He, on the other hand, did not join the front line but stayed behind, merely wielding his pen. How could he be rewarded more than us? Liu Bang replied, "In hunting, hounds that chase the prey indeed contribute, but the person who knows where the prey is located contributes even more. You cannot compare to Xiao He." 61. The tragic end of KHOI. KHOI, died in 381 BC, was a military strategist during the Warring States period. He was known for advising others, but not applying the same wisdom to himself, meaning he would use reason to correct others, but not himself. Let's look at how KHOI used reason to advise others. Once, while sailing down the Taiha River, the Duke of Wei turned to KHOI and exclaimed, "How magnificent! Such treacherous mountains and rivers are truly treasures for the state of Wei." KHOI smiled and replied, "A country relies on virtue for governance, not on its dangerous terrain. In the past, the state of San Miao had Dongting Lake to its left and the large Banlai stream to its right. However, due to their lack of moral cultivation, they were conquered by Emperor Da Yu. The capital of King Xia was protected by the Yellow River and the Tai River to its left, and by Mount Tai and other mountains to its right and south. But King Xia neglected compassion, and ultimately he was captured by King Tang of Shang. The capital of King Zhou had Mount Mangdong to its left and Mount Taihang to its right, with Mount Heng to the north and the Yellow River to the south. However, King Zhou failed to act with grace and mercy, leading to his downfall by King Wu of Zhou. This shows that the stability of a state lies in virtue, not in its perilous geography. If you, as the monarch, do not govern with virtue, then those sitting on this boat with you today might become your enemies." The Duke of Wei responded, "Well said." KHOI encouraged others to govern with virtue, to learn compassion, and to practice generosity. However, he himself was greedy for fame and wealth, even going so far as to murder his wife to seek a military position. After becoming a general, KHOI competed for fame with others and was captivated by beauty. When his mother was critically ill, he did not return home to care for her, and upon her death, he did not observe mourning rituals. His teacher, TANG'S, despised him and severed their teacher-student relationship. It's clear that KHOI truly failed to constrain himself with morality. Historian Sima Qian remarked in the records of the Grand Historian, "When praising military talents, people often refer to Sun Tzu's 13 chapters. Many possess the military strategies written by KHOI, so I won't discuss them, but rather the actions they undertook. There's a saying, 'Not all who can do can teach, not all who can teach can do.' Sun Tan meticulously planned against Peng Huan, yet he couldn't save himself from punishment in time." KHOI discussed with the Duke that terrain is less important than virtue. Yet, in his actions in the state of So, his lack of generosity and mercy led to his own death, and KHOI was killed by arrows from those who opposed him. What a pity! This reflects the ideas that people know how to clean their belongings but not their hearts, as stated by the Tang Dynasty scholar Mazong. If one could critique oneself with the same scrutiny as others, then one's mistakes would be easily corrected, by the Northern Song Dynasty poet Wang Ling. When seeing profit, think of righteousness. When seeing the wise, think of self-improvement from ancient instructions. On the last days of the year, as each day passes, one feels as if an entire year has gone by the Tang Dynasty philosopher Liu Yuxi. 62. General Wang Shao's calm in crisis. General Wang Xiao, a renowned military leader during the Northern Song dynasty, was known for his calm and measured response to crises. Living in the capital, during the Lantern Festival one year, his 13th son, Wang Tai, only 5 years old and wearing a beaded hat, was carried out by a servant to see the lanterns. The streets were crowded, filled with the sounds of music and bustling with excitement. In a moment of carelessness, the servant lost sight of Wang Tai. When the servant returned home to report the disappearance, the entire household was in panic, wanting to immediately inform the authorities. However, Wang Xiao said, "If it were any of my other children who had gone missing, I would indeed report it to the authorities. But since it is my 13th son, he will surely find his way back on his own." His demeanor was as if nothing had happened, while everyone else was filled with anxiety. A few days later, an imperial eunuch arrived at Wang Xiao's residence with a decree from the emperor, rewarding Wang Xiao with a golden rhinoceros for tranquility and bringing Wang Tai back to him, lifted from the palanquin. The family was overjoyed. It turned out, on that day, a thief had targeted the boy because of his ornate clothing and followed him, snatching Wang Tai in the chaos of the crowd and carrying him away from the city. Wang Tai, realizing the man carrying him was a stranger, hid his beaded hat inside his shirt. When they reached the city gates and passed by some palanquins, Wang Tai grabbed the curtain of one and shouted, "Thief!" The thief dropped him and fled. The palanquin belonged to an imperial eunuch on his way to the palace. Impressed by Wang Tai's appearance and eloquence, he took the boy to meet Emperor Song Zhenzong. When asked who he was, Wang Tai replied, "I am Wang, the young son of the great minister Wang Xiao," and recounted what had happened. The emperor, impressed by the boy's dignified manner and articulate speech, praised, "Wang Xiao truly has a good son." Emperor Song Zhenzong decided to keep Wang Tai in the palace, believing meeting the child would bring good fortune to those wishing for sons. After the case was resolved, Wang Tai was returned to Wang Xiao. 63. The Noble Lady's Cough. During the Zhuanhe years of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, there was a noble lady in the palace who suffered from a severe cough. The imperial physician, Li, treated her with over 100 prescriptions, but her condition only worsened, her face swelling as large as a plate. Emperor Huizong, deeply concerned upon seeing the noble lady's condition, told Li that he had only 3 days left to cure her. Driven to desperation, Li went home to bid farewell to his family, crying. That night, he heard a vendor loudly proclaiming in the street, "Medicine for curing coughs here, 1 dose for 1 copper coin, guaranteed not to recur." Li sent someone to buy 10 doses. Worried about the potency of the medicine, he tried 2 doses himself and found no issues. The next morning, he brought the medicine to the palace. After the noble lady took the first dose, her cough stopped, and by evening she had fully recovered. Emperor Huizong was overjoyed and rewarded Li with 1,000 strings of cash from both the imperial and the noble lady's treasuries. Fearing the palace would demand the miraculous remedy, Li sought out the vendor from the previous night and offered him 200 taels of gold, saying, "I'm just a poor old soldier. What would I do with so much gold?" When asked about the prescription, the old man replied, "It's just magnolia flower and licorice. They are easy to prepare, so I sell them to make a living." Everything in nature has its purpose. 64. HOARDING, modest and kind. During the Hongzhi era of the Qing dynasty in the Zhejiang region, there was a famous literary talent named HOARDING. He was extremely modest, never comparing his abilities to others, and certainly not with the revered sages of ancient times. At a school exam for scholars, a friend of HOARDING stole his essay and won the first prize. The friend boasted proudly to everyone. Even in front of HOARDING, the real author. Many friends felt indignant on behalf of Dung and wanted to confront the shameless friend. But Dung urged everyone to let it be, saying, "Literature can affect a person's fate. His fate to win has nothing to do with his writing ability. Besides, that essay wasn't actually written by me, so please don't misunderstand." Hearing this, the friend who plagiarized came forward to admit his mistake to Dung and even asked for another copy of the essay. Dung generously gave him his best version. Later, during another exam, the friend passed and became a scholar thanks to Dung's essay, while Dung himself failed. The friend neither thanked Dung nor acknowledged him after becoming a magistrate. However, Dung held no grudges against him. Eventually, Dung passed the exam and became a high-ranking official in Shandong, directly overseeing his friend. The friend, too ashamed to face Dung, pretended to be ill. Despite this, Dung, ever kind, comforted his friend and treated him as before. 66. Emperor Song Caozong chooses the crown prince. After being emperor for 20 years, Emperor Song Caozong wanted to choose between two princes, Prince Fo An and Prince En Bin, to be the crown prince. One time, Caozong hand-copied two versions of the Lan Ting Shu and asked each prince to hand-copy 500 versions as a tribute. A few days later, Prince Fo An submitted 700 copies, while Prince En Bin said he didn't have the time to copy even one. On another occasion, Caozong gave each prince 10 palace maidens. A month later, he inquired about their treatment. The maidens reported that Prince Fo An treated them with great respect, while Prince En Bin was casual and made jokes. Consequently, Caozong made Prince Fo An the crown prince, and he later became Emperor Song Xiaozong. A person who respects their elders and is kind to the less fortunate is fit to be emperor. 67. A golden hairpin saves Lai Thoi Mien's life. During the Ming Dynasty, Li Thoi Mien held the position of a Hanlin Academy official, a role that involved handling the emperor's secret documents. One day, while attending a lantern festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, he found a golden hairpin. The next day, he put up a notice outside his house for the owner to claim it. Soon after, a panicked woman came to his house and told him, "My husband is a Tianwei officer in the Imperial Guards. He was on duty abroad a few days ago. Last night, while attending the Lantern Festival, I accidentally dropped my golden hairpin. I have another one just like it as proof." After verifying, Lai Thoi Mien returned the hairpin to her. Not long after, the Tianwei officer returned from abroad and brought many gifts to thank Lai Thoi Mien, but he refused all of them. The officer said, "If you won't accept them, I won't insist, but here's some Huyet Kiet medicine I bought from abroad. It's rare and valuable, so please accept it." Lai Thoi Mien accepted the medicine. A few years later, Lai Thoi Mien became a censor, an official who advised and sometimes reprimanded the emperor. Once, he boldly admonished Emperor Ming Renzong, making the emperor so angry that he ordered soldiers to beat Lai Thoi Mien nearly to death with a heavy mace, breaking his ribs, and then imprisoned him under the Imperial Guard's control. Coincidentally, he met the Tianwei officer again, who was now in charge of the prison. Shocked, the officer said, "Aren't you Lai Thoi Mien, the Hanlin official? The emperor's decree didn't say you had to die here." So he secretly brought a doctor to check on Lai Thoi Mien. The doctor said, "He can be cured, but it requires Huyet Kiet medicine, which is very hard to find." The officer remembered, "Luckily, Lai Thoi Mien has this medicine at home." He quickly sent someone to Lai Thoi Mien's wife to get the medicine. With timely treatment, Lai Thoi Mien's life was saved. Later, when Emperor Ming Xuanzong ascended the throne, he reinstated Lai Thoi Mien's official position. Ma. 68. What did King Zhu of Shang fear? During the Shang dynasty, the Marquis of the West, GFA, highly valued attracting and treating the wise and virtuous well, governing with virtue, which resulted in excellent management of the western regions. When the states of Gu and Yue had a dispute they couldn't resolve, they both turned to the Marquis of the West for judgment. Upon arriving in the western regions, delegates from Gu and Yue noticed that the locals would generously offer land for farming to one another, and pedestrians would respectfully yield to the elderly. The people from Gu and Yue said to each other, "What we are fighting over is considered shameful here. Why bother asking the Marquis of the West for help when it only brings shame upon ourselves?" So they returned the way they came, and people in both states started treating each other with more respect, and the disputes ceased. Therefore, someone told King Zhou of Shang, "The Marquis of the West accumulates virtue and does good deeds, making all the vassal states emulate him, which is not beneficial for you." Consequently, King Zhou had the Marquis of the West imprisoned. 69. A sly fox pretends to be a holy figure but gets defeated. Back in the Tang dynasty, in a small village in what is now known as Dai County in Xi'an, Shaanxi province, there was a family with a daughter whose brother served in the military far from home, leaving just the mother and daughter at home. One day they suddenly saw a being resembling a holy figure, riding on clouds, coming to their house, telling the mother, "I like your home. I want to stay here. Please tidy up a bit. I will return soon." After hearing this story, the villagers rushed to help the mother and daughter fix up their house. As soon as the repairs were completed, the so-called holy figure arrived on a multicolored cloud and settled in their home, receiving generous offerings from the villagers. This holy figure also instructed everyone to keep its presence a secret, claiming it wanted to avoid the constant arrival of followers from all directions. Therefore, the villagers agreed to keep it a secret. However, over time, this holy figure violated the daughter, who later became pregnant. After about a year, when the daughter's brother returned home, the holy figure claimed it could not stand the presence of men and ordered the mother to send her son away. The mother complied, leaving her son without a home to return to. The son, realizing that his mother and sister must have been deceived by a demon, spent all his money seeking a skilled Taoist priest. After a long search, he found one with the power to reveal the true nature of the holy figure, which turned out to be a cunning old fox spirit in disguise. Armed with this knowledge, the son took up a sword, returned home, and killed the fox spirit. 70. Cleansing the Corruption, the Tale of Monk Feng. During the Southern Song dynasty in China, two famous monks emerged: Crazy Monk, Zhigong, and Whirlwind Monk, Monk Feng. Both were revered as arhats by the people for their eccentric yet enlightened ways. Monk Feng lived in the early Southern Song period. He was known for his courage and clarity, famed for the story of cleansing the corruption. Legend has it that at that time, the hero Yue Fei was wrongfully imprisoned by the treacherous Qin Hui, who fabricated charges to lock Yue Fei away. Unsure of how to further deal with Yue Fei, Qin Hui sought divine guidance at Lingyin Temple and encountered Monk Feng. Upon seeing Qin Hui, Monk Feng burst into laughter and asked, "CHAO was cunning all his life. Where has it gotten him today?" Confused, Qin Hui heard Monk Feng continue, "The way of heaven is clear. Good and evil receive their due. You, as the Prime Minister, could lift the heavens with one hand. Why then harm a loyal and good official? Do you not care for the country's safety at all?" Qin Hui asked, "Who are you calling a good official?" Monk Feng sternly replied, "General Yue Fei." Qin Hui feigned ignorance, to which Monk Feng laughed loudly and said, "Foolishness! Still not awakened, you'll regret it when it's too late. Enraged, Monk Feng took a worn broom and fiercely swept Qin Hui's face, then strode away, disappearing from sight. Qin Hui, utterly disoriented and disgraced, fled the scene. This event became the famous tale of cleansing the corruption. After the story spread, the people's love for Yue Fei grew, and they delighted in the punishment of the villain Qin Hui, elevating whirlwind monk Feng to arhat status. Statues of the two unique monks from the Southern Song, one crazy and one whirlwind, were placed in temples across China, honoring each other. Inside the Great Hero Hall at the Dongxiang Forest on Zhuhua Mountain, there are two small statues, one of Monk Ji Gong, appearing like an immortal, and one of Monk Feng with a broom at his left side, his hand sweeping the air, intent on cleansing the treachery of Qin Hui. Wherever people gather, no matter how clean the floor, he would wield his straw broom and sweep, calling it cleansing the corruption, constantly reminding everyone to unite against treachery. 71. King Tang's Compassionate Wishing Net. One day, King Tang went on an inspection tour and saw some villagers stretching a large net across their village. They prayed, "We wish for all creatures from the sky, the ground, and all directions to fall into our net." King Tang saw this and thought, "They want to capture all the animals." So he ordered them to cut the net on 3 sides and told them to pray instead. "Animals wanting to escape to the left, go left, and those wanting to escape to the right, go right. Only those not following my guidance will be caught in the net." Hearing this, all the feudal lords unanimously praised. King Tang's virtue extends even to animals. King Tang, guided by the wise minister Yi Yin, respected heaven and ruled with kindness, always putting the people's welfare first. He was deeply respected and loved by his people. The story of King Tang and the wishing net beautifully illustrates the ruler's kindness and virtue. He set an example for society to follow. It suggests that everyone in life should pay attention to virtue, and society as a whole should embrace kindness, with honesty and happiness at its core. 72. General Wei Qing. Wei Qing was a great general under Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. Once, General Wei Qing was ordered to conquer the Xiongnu tribe. One of his subordinates, Tuo Qian, encountered Dan Wu, the leader of the Xiongnu. They fought a fierce battle for a whole day, and over 1,000 soldiers died. Tuo Qian escaped and returned alone. While discussing with other generals, someone said, "The general has never executed one of his own generals to assert authority." Now, with Tuo Qian abandoning his soldiers and fleeing, it's a good opportunity to establish authority using him. Other generals commented, "That would be wrong. Tuo Qian fought fiercely and led only 1,000 troops against tens of thousands of the enemy. If we execute him, it would send a message to our soldiers that if they lose a battle, they should never return." Wei Qing stated, "Even though the emperor trusts me and has given me military authority, I should not abuse it. I will report this matter to the emperor and let his wisdom decide. Wouldn't that be best?" Everyone agreed that this approach was reasonable. Wei Qing led his troops for a long time, but he never thought about his own power. As a result, no one feared him, and nobody envied him. 73. The prophecy of Guan Yu about Li Ruoshui and the Jingkong incident. Guan Yu lived during the Three Kingdoms period, while Li Ruoshui, originally named Ruobing and also known as Qing Xing, was a high-ranking official at the end of the Northern Song dynasty, dying in the Jingkong incident. These two were not from the same era, so how could they have met? However, in the early Southern Song dynasty, an ancient book called Kui Sha Qi recorded that Guan Yu had once made a prophecy about the Jingkang incident to Li Ruoshui. According to this book, in the Xuanhe year of the Northern Song dynasty, Li Ruoshui served as the magistrate of Yuan City, which was then under the jurisdiction of Daizhou, located in today's Hebei province. A magistrate was like a district police chief today. One day, a villager came to Li Ruoshui, saying that Lord Guan had a book for him. Lord Guan refers to Guan Yu, also known as Guan Gong. It was believed that Guan Yu became a deity after his death, and the Northern Song dynasty had already started worshipping him, such as when Song Huizong conferred the titles Zhao Liye Wu and Wang and Yidong Wu and Wang on Guan Yu. Li Ruoshui, puzzled, opened the book and read. This book is for Yuan City Magistrate Li Shangshu, signed by Han General Guan Yu. Li Ruoshui saw that the book referred to him as Magistrate Li Shangshu, possibly predicting that he could one day become a high-ranking official, so he asked the villager about it. The villager explained, "One night I dreamt of a general in golden armor who told me that in a few days I should go to the county seat where I would meet a Taoist priest in iron armor. He would give me Lord Guan's book to deliver to Li Ruoshui." Following the dream, the villager indeed met the iron-armored Taoist and received Lord Guan's book, so he bravely went to see Magistrate Li. Li Ruoshui, after reading the book, was shocked to find it describe the tragic Jingkang incident that the Northern Song dynasty would later face. Because the content was so strange and related to current court officials, he dared not keep it and chased the villager away before burning the book. He then wrote a poem to record this. The general in golden armor sent a good dream. The iron-armored Taoist sent a new book. I am generations apart from Guan Yu, doubting this matter as sheer fantasy. Later, Li Ruoshui indeed rose in rank, and by the first year of Jingkang, he was highly valued by the emperor and became the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The ancient court had 6 main ministries, with the highest official in each being the Shangshu, similar to a modern-day minister, and the second highest being the Shilang, similar to a deputy minister. Thus, Li Ruoshui was 1 rank below the position predicted by Guan Yu. In the second year of Jingkang, the Jin army surrounded Kaifeng, the capital of the Northern Song dynasty. They forced the Northern Song emperor to their camp for negotiations. Although the emperor was reluctant, Li Ruoshui convinced him not to worry and accompanied him. As a result, the emperor was detained upon arrival, and Li Ruoshui, after fasting and cursing the treacherous Jin soldiers, was beaten, had his tongue cut out, and was decapitated. After Emperor Gaozong ascended to the throne in the Southern Song dynasty, he posthumously honored Li Ruoshui with the title Zhongmin. Li Ruoshui's son, Li Tuanchun, carved the story of the divine warning about the Jingkang incident on a stone tablet for future generations. Guo Quan, also known as Ba Xiang, the author of Kui Shachi, was a contemporary official who recorded all the strange things he saw and heard, ensuring the reliability of these accounts. Why didn't Li Ruoshui become a Shangshu? Did Lord Guan's prediction fail? In fact, analyzing the situation, Lord Guan, through the iron-armored Taoist and the villager, had indeed predicted the Jingkang incident. Unfortunately, not only did Li Ruoshui burn the prophecy book, but he also wrote a poem dismissing it as sheer fantasy, clearly showing disbelief. His actions during the Jingkang incident also confirmed his disregard for the prophecy. He not only stayed and besieged Kaifeng, but also convinced the emperor to trust the Jin army's promise and accompany him to their camp, leading to the emperor's detention and his own tragic death. Had he believed in the prophecy and either left in time or persuaded the emperor not to trust the Jin army, he might have survived the Jingkong incident and potentially become a Shangshu in the future. 74. Cao Can's wise governance. When Cao Can made great achievements on the battlefield, Han Dynasty's founder, Emperor Liu Bang, appointed him as the prime minister of the Qi state. Qi was known for its strong and rebellious people, always producing heroes and being difficult to govern. Aware of this huge responsibility, Cao Can invited over 100 elder sages to discuss how to keep Qi peaceful and prosperous. Unfortunately, they all had different opinions, and Cao Can couldn't decide on his own. When he learned about Kai Gong in Jiaoxi, who was extremely knowledgeable in Taoist philosophy, he sent gifts to invite him over. Kai Gong met with Cao Can and said, "To govern a country, value simplicity and non-action. You should intervene less and let people choose their own paths." Cao Can hosted Kai Gong in the best rooms in his house for easy access to his teachings day and night. As a result, Qi remained peaceful for 9 years. After the death of Han Dynasty's general Xiao He, Cao Can took his place. He chose virtuous and well-respected people to replace the old officials who were after personal gains and flattery. He followed Xiao He's old laws without changes, so he had plenty of leisure time. One day, Emperor Han Hui asked Cao Can, "I heard you spend your days drinking and enjoying music. How can you manage the country's affairs like this?" Cao Can replied, "Your Majesty, please consider who is greater, you or the founding emperor. How can I compare myself to the great founder? Between Xiao He and me, who is more virtuous?" Perhaps Xiao. He was greater. Exactly. Since a highly virtuous person had already established the laws and brought the country to a good state, successors like me should just follow them without making changes. Then the country is easy to govern, and everyone can enjoy their lives. Hearing this, Emperor Hui had nothing more to say. Cao Can allowed the people to rest and recuperate, earning their deep respect and admiration. In today's society, everyone thinks they're better and more capable than others. When they gain power, the first thing they do is create new laws and regulations, calling it innovation. In reality, people should learn from Cao Can's approach of governing with non-action. 75. The Good Words of Quat Dat Thong. Quat Dat Thong was a brave general in the Tui dynasty. Once, Emperor Tuivan Day ordered him to check the records of livestock in Lung Tai, and he found that 20,000 horses were not recorded. Emperor Tuivan Day was furious and ordered the arrest of 1,500 officials involved in the matter, planning to execute them all. Quat Dat Thong said, "This is a matter of life and death. Your Majesty's kindness is known far and wide, so why insist on killing 1,500 people over some livestock?" Emperor Tuivan Day remained angry and even scolded him. Quat Dat Thong then knelt before the emperor and said, "I am willing to die in their place." Emperor Tuivan Day suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He said, "I was foolish for a moment, and it's thanks to your wise words that I've come to my senses." He then decided to punish the officials according to the law without executing any of them. The emperor promoted Quat Dat Thong to the position of left guard general to show his respect for him. 76. Tuang Hu flees danger. The Qing dynasty's general, Nian Gengyao, was defending the city of Xi'an and sought wise and talented individuals in the country to assist him. A student named Tuang Hu, encouraged by friends, decided to offer his service. General Nian valued his abilities highly, telling Tuang Hu, "Next year, you will surely become the top scholar. At that time, General Neon's influence was so pronounced that none of the examining officials dared oppose his wishes. After a few days, Tuong Hu, seeing the general's excessive pride, confided in a friend, "General Neon's virtue does not match his authority. I fear a great disaster will befall him. We should leave this place immediately." His friend did not listen, but Tuong Hu feigned illness to return home. Less than a year later, General Neon was killed, and all his family and assistants were implicated. Only Tuong Hu remained unaffected. It seems that disaster always avoids those who do not seek fame and fortune. 77. Cao Shung saves the officers. Cao Shung, the son of the Emperor Cao Cao of the Wei state during the Three Kingdoms period, was a kind and considerate person. At that time, there had been several incidents in Wei that required Cao Cao to enforce strict punishments. One day, the officials in charge of the warehouse found that a saddle belonging to Cao Cao stored in the warehouse had been chewed through by rats. They were terrified of being executed for this. They considered tying themselves up and going to Cao Cao to admit their fault and accept punishment, but they were still afraid of not being forgiven. Cao Shung told them, "Wait for another 2 days before you go to accept your punishment." During the 2 days of waiting, Cao Shung used a knife to poke holes in the clothes he was wearing. Then, each day, he acted as if he was very worried. After seeing him, Cao Cao asked Cao Shung the reason for his worry. Cao Shung replied, "Everyone thinks that a person will face misfortune if their clothes are chewed up by rats. A rat made a big hole in my clothes, so I'm really worried." Cao Cao said, "Don't worry, nothing bad will happen." Right after that, the warehouse officials went to Cao Cao to admit their fault. Cao Cao laughed and said, "Even the clothes my son is wearing have been chewed by rats. How can anyone keep a saddle hanging on a peg safe?" So, he didn't punish anyone. 78. Keeping promises. Back in 403 BC, the state of Han invited the state of Wei to join them in attacking the state of Zhao. The founder of Wei, Wei Wenhao, declined, saying, "Zhao and Wei are like brothers, and we have a peace treaty with each other. I am truly sorry." The envoy from Han was very angry and left. After the king of Zhao heard about this, he was very grateful for the friendship between him and Wei Wenhao. However, he too tried to convince Wei to attack Han. Wei Wenhao refused the offer, giving the same reason. The envoy from Zhao left in anger as well. Later, the kings of both Zhao and Han thought about Wei Wenhao's kindness. They admired Wei Wenhao's generosity and were thankful for his friendship. They visited the state of Wei to show their respect. Afterward, Wei became the most powerful among the states of Wei, Zhao, and Han, and no one dared to think of attacking Wei again. 79. A father-in-law should pretend to be foolish and deaf. General Kwok Tu-Ngi made significant contributions during the Anxi Rebellion and was one of the reformers of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Dai Tong greatly admired General Kwok Tu-Ngi, so he married his daughter, Princess Theng Bin, to Kwok Tu-Ngi's son, Kwok Ai. Once, the young couple had an argument. When Kwok Ai saw his wife acting like a princess, he retorted, "What's so great about you? Is it because your father is the emperor? Let me tell you, if my father hadn't defeated Anloksun, your father wouldn't have this dynasty. My father didn't care for that throne, so he didn't become the emperor." After hearing such arrogant words, Princess Thang Bin immediately returned to the palace and reported to the emperor. Emperor Dai Tong listened to his daughter's complaints and calmly said, "You are just a child. There's a lot you don't understand. What your husband said is true. My father-in-law saved this dynasty. If he had wanted to be king, he could have been long ago. This world would not have belonged to our Lai family then. He advised his daughter not to take her husband's words too seriously and not to hastily accuse him of treason, but to live a decent and peaceful life. Gradually, Princess Thang Bin calmed down and returned to her husband. Meanwhile, General Quoc Tu Nhi, having learned about what his son said, was extremely worried. When he heard his son's reckless words, almost like plotting treason, he immediately tied his son up and brought him to the palace for the emperor to judge. However, Emperor Dai Tong was very calm and reassured the general, "It's just children quarreling. Perhaps things were said in the heat of the moment, but we are adults. We shouldn't take it too seriously. There's an old saying, without pretending to be foolish and deaf, one cannot be a good father-in-law. Let's pretend we didn't hear anything." After hearing this, Quoc Tu Nhi felt relieved and genuinely happy. 80. What one should know and remember. When Xinling Jun, a famous politician and strategist during the Warring States period, defeated the state of Qin and saved the state of Zhao, the king of Zhao personally welcomed him outside the palace. Duang Dui said to Xinling Jun, "I've heard that there are things one must know and cannot ignore. There are things one must remember and not forget." Xinling Jun asked, "What do you mean?" Duang Dui explained, "When others resent me, I must be aware of it. If I've wronged someone, I must make amends. If someone misunderstands me, I need to clarify. If I resent someone, that's an attitude I shouldn't have, and I need to be forgiving to understand and resolve it. But in the process of understanding and resolving, I shouldn't go around talking about it, causing trouble and tension for others. When someone does me a favor, I must not forget it and should find a way to repay them. If I've done someone a favor, I shouldn't cling to the memory as it puts pressure on both of us. Now that you've defeated the Qin army, saved Handan, and preserved the state of Zhao, this is a great favor you've done. The king of Zhao personally came to welcome you. After you meet the king of Zhao, I hope you'll forget what you've done for him." Xinling Jun said, "I will surely heed your advice." Derenji, untempted by desires, achieved great things. Derenji from Taiyuan, Shaanxi province, also known as Huai'an, was born in the 4th year of the Zhengguan era of the Tang dynasty, 630, and died in the early years of Empress Wu Zetian, 700. He was a famous chancellor under Empress Wu Zetian. Derenji was an honest, upright, and strict official, setting an example for others, speaking out for the public good, and fearlessly standing against powerful forces, earning him the title Pillar of the Tang dynasty. Let me share a story from his youth. In his younger years, Derenji was talented in literature and had outstanding looks. Once, while traveling to the capital for an examination, he stayed at an inn. Late at night, while he was focused on reading under the lamp, someone knocked and entered. It was the beautiful young daughter-in-law of the innkeeper. She was a young widow who had developed feelings for Derenji after seeing his refined demeanor when he arrived to stay. Derenji, noticing the young woman's reluctance to leave, gently said, "You are young and beautiful, and being alone with me late at night could stir emotions. Fortunately, an old monk once advised me against indulging in sensual pleasures. I've taken his words to heart and always keep them in mind. Even though you are beautiful, we should strictly adhere to proper conduct and not overstep boundaries." Curious, the young woman asked Derenji what exactly the monk had said to make him control himself at crucial moments. Derenji smiled and replied, "The old monk said, 'Judging by my appearance, I'm destined for glory and high office, but I must maintain my moral integrity.' Having been warned by the monk, How could I risk my future for fleeting pleasures? But it's often hard for ordinary people to resist the allure of beauty. At that time, I asked the old monk, being attracted to beauty is natural for humans. With sexual desire, everyone knows to restrain themselves before it happens and feels regret afterward. But when desire flares up, all consequences are ignored, thinking it's harmless and won't happen again. Thus, each time one faces it again, the same thought occurs, leading to continuous downfall. So how can one extinguish this flame of desire and prevent it from reigniting? The monk advised me, whenever someone stirs up my desire, to think, all evil stems from lust. This is a demon of desire using her or him to tempt me into committing a grave sin of lust, and likewise using me to tempt her or him. The more her or his beauty invades my mind, making me lose control, the more the demon of desire achieves its goal. Once the mind is clouded and immoral acts are committed, I will suffer long-term consequences. I respected and followed the monk's teachings, never daring to forget or disobey them. Hearing D. Renji's words, the young woman quietly reflected for a moment, then knelt before him to express her gratitude, her face showing embarrassment. Thank you for your advice and warnings. You've helped me maintain my honor and taught me how to rid myself of delusions and desires, allowing me to control my mind, something I've only learned today. D. Renji, true to the old monk's words, stayed away from sensual pleasures and became a famous official. In the Tang dynasty, a celebrated figure of the era. D. Renji's wisdom shows that one shouldn't ruin a bright future for a moment of pleasure. It's often said that heroes find it hard to surpass the beauty trap, but those who overcome sensual temptations are the true heroes. 81. The truth about strengths and weaknesses. During the Northern Qi era, Thoi La held the position of Deputy Prime Minister and earned the trust and respect of Emperor the Tang. Thoi La was very keen on promoting talented individuals. When he recommended Hin Tu to assist with the task of sorting materials, Emperor the approved of Hin Tu. From the time Hin Tu was in charge of confidential government affairs, he had many opportunities to meet with Emperor the Tang. He often belittled Thoi Lao in front of the emperor, which greatly displeased Emperor the Tang. On one occasion, Emperor the Tang said to Thoi Lao, "You always tell me how good Hin Tu is, but he often criticizes you. You are truly foolish." Thoi Lao responded generously, "Hin Tu talks about my shortcomings, and I talk about his strengths. Both of us are telling the truth. What's wrong with that?" Thoi Lao was very generous with others but very strict with himself. He not only acknowledged others' strengths and tolerated their weaknesses, but also faced his own shortcomings calmly. This is truly a spirit of generosity. There's an old saying, to be tolerant is to be great, to desire nothing is to be strong. Tolerance is an extraordinary virtue, an open heart, a selfless realm filled with kindness. Tolerance is a traditional Chinese virtue, bestowed upon humanity by the divine. This means that the gods in heaven wished for all of humanity to possess these noble qualities. 82. The patience of Wang Han. During the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 AD, there was an official named Wang Han. When he was the district magistrate of Chao, a mentally disturbed woman came beating a drum, seeking justice. Previously, when she spoke incoherently, other officials had scolded her, but she would retort, and eventually the officials refused to help her. This cycle repeated with past magistrates. However, this time, Wang Han allowed the woman to come in and calmly state her case. He listened to her attentively and asked many questions. Eventually, the story became clear. The woman had been the wife of a man, but she was unable to have children. The man's concubine had a child. After the husband died, the concubine took the family's wealth and drove the woman out of the house. The woman had tried many times to seek justice from the local authorities but failed to find any, leading to her despair and mental breakdown. Wang Han took up the case and ordered that the property be returned to the woman. The woman recovered from her mental disturbance remarkably quickly, to everyone's surprise. When the royal court heard about this, the emperor issued a decree praising Wang Han and awarded him 300 bolts of cloth and silk. A person was almost driven to madness over a simple matter, and the issue remained unresolved because others lacked the patience to listen. 83. Cooking a pot of hot rice porridge for the servants. During the Song dynasty, there was a person named Duang Van Lai, whose wife was over 70 years old. Despite the chilly mornings, she always woke up very early. She would quickly start a fire to boil water and make a big pot of rice porridge. It took quite a while to cook the porridge, but Mrs. Duang patiently waited. After some time, the delicious aroma of the rice filled the kitchen and spread throughout the courtyard. This familiar scent woke up the servants from across the yard. After washing up, they came to the kitchen to receive a large, steaming bowl of porridge from Mrs. Duang. After eating the hot rice porridge, they felt an unusual warmth in their hearts and throughout their bodies. Mrs. Duang's son, seeing his mother busy every morning, expressed his concern. He said, "It's so cold, why do you have to get up early and do such hard work?" Mrs. Duang kindly replied, "Even though they are servants, I care for them like they are my own children. It's very cold now and they need to work for our family. I give them hot rice porridge to warm them up and help them fight the cold while working." The traditional Chinese culture says, "Respect the elderly as your own parents and love the young as your own children." It teaches us to love others as we wish to be loved. This tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young reflects the moral thinking in the beautiful traditional Chinese culture about spreading love to all beings in the world. 84. Wisdom from the past. The enlightened governance of King Wu Ding. In the era of the Shang dynasty in Chinese history, there was a king named Wu Ding. After his father passed away, Wu Ding spent 3 years in mourning, refraining from engaging in any government affairs to honor his father. Even after the 3-year mourning period, Wu Ding continued to stay out of politics. This concerned his court officials, so Wu Ding wrote a letter to his ministers stating, "I want to be a role model for all the people, but I fear I may not be virtuous enough. Hence, I hesitate to speak out. I have learned true principles to govern the land. I dreamt that my father, would send me a distinguished noble to assist me in governance, and this noble would speak on my behalf." Then Wu Ding drew a picture of the noble he had dreamt of and ordered his ministers to find this person. At that time, Fo Thuyet was building a city at Fo Nam and was the person who resembled the drawing the most. King Wu Ding appointed Fo Thuyet as prime minister and sought his advice on governing the ministers and the land. Fo Thuyet advised Wu Ding, "A wise monarch follows the way of heaven, establishes a nation, chooses the capital, and appoints officials appropriately. This is not for the king to indulge in pleasures but to govern the people well. The deities are all-knowing. A wise king should govern the land as the deities care for humans. If the ministers and the people follow the heavenly mandate, then governing will be easier." Fo Thuyet added, "If a superior speaks to those below him with disdain, he will ultimately bring disgrace upon himself. If the king uses violence and acts unilaterally, he will lead to conflict and war. A good government requires that the ministers follow the law, and the king should appoint positions based on their ability to handle government affairs, not on personal likes and biases. Positions should not be given to those of low moral character, but to noble, virtuous, and humble individuals. The king should not indulge flatterers and tolerate them to the point of disrespecting the law and principles. Do not stubbornly do the wrong thing to avoid criticism. Think twice before making a decision. This way, the king will handle matters like a truly wise ruler. Wu Ding was delighted and inspired by the advice. Fo Thuyet deeply bowed and continued, "Knowing the method is easy, but doing what is right is truly difficult. One must control their inner desires and diligently attend to government affairs. This way, your Majesty will always enhance the capability to govern the country. Always keep in mind the welfare of the people and the stability of the land, and thus a wise king will always elevate his virtue and dignity. Arrogance and pride will obscure the character of a noble person, diminishing their value." Wu Ding said, "Only with the support of a wise minister can a king be truly enlightened. Previously, the forefather, my father, was assisted by Yi Dun in accomplishing great deeds, yet he said, 'I am ashamed that I cannot support my wise ruler to become a saintly king like King Yao or King Shun. Thinking about this feels like being whipped in the streets.' If a person of virtue is not properly appointed, Yi Dun would feel personal shame. Yi Dun supported the forefather diligently to achieve merit and great deeds. I hope you will help me follow in the footsteps of the forefather, bringing peace and stability to all the people." Fo Thuyet clasped his hands in salute and replied, "A scholar will devote himself to serving the great cause for a wise ruler." Fo Thuyet kept his promise, helping King Wu Ding establish a prosperous Shang dynasty. 85. Focusing on the bigger picture, not personal anger. Kuo Shun, a governor in Yinchuan during the Eastern Han Dynasty, always considered the bigger picture. Once when Jia Fu, an official from the capital, traveled to Runan district, one of Kuo Shun's subordinates committed murder in Yingchua. Kuo Shun ordered the criminal to be arrested and executed in public. Hearing this, Jia Fu was furious, believing Kuo Shun was trying to embarrass him. Soon, on his way back to the capital Luoyang and nearing Yingchua, Jia Fu told his men, "When I meet Kuo Shun, I must kill him myself." Knowing Jia Fu wouldn't let this go, Kuo Shun avoided meeting him. One of Kuo Shun's men said, "Are you afraid of Jia Fu? I'll stand by you with a sword. If he tries anything, I won't let him off easy." Kuo Shun replied honestly, "Do you know the story of Lian Po and Lin Xiangru? Lin Xiangru was so brave and wise that even the king of Qin feared him. Lin Xiangru made arrangements when Lian Po harassed him. Why? Because he prioritized the country's interests over personal conflicts. If he could do that, why can't I?" However, as Jia Fu was an important court official, Kuo Shun had no choice but to host him when he stopped at Yingchuan. So, Kuo Shun prepared a lavish feast for Jia Fu. When Jia Fu and his men arrived, Kuo Shun warmly welcomed them with food and drink. After they had finished eating, Kuo Shun suddenly stepped forward to greet them and then excused himself and left hurriedly. Jia Fu ordered his men to chase after Kuo Shun, but all his men were too drunk to do anything but watch Kuo Shun leave. Kuo Shun's refusal to confront Jia Fu wasn't due to weakness or incapability. Had he not stepped back instead of confronting Jia Fu, their mutual resentment and anger would have deepened, leaving the issue unresolved. By stepping back, he found a solution beneficial for both him and the country. 86. Bringing peace and prosperity to the people, leading with virtue and benevolence. Trin Hao lived during the Northern Song Dynasty and was a Confucian scholar with a great mission to bring peace and prosperity to the people. No matter where he served, he always followed the principle of loving the people like his own children, working tirelessly for the country and its citizens. When he took office in the Pu Cao district, he helped the locals solve many of their difficulties. Upon arriving, he learned that the local water source was salty. He asked his assistant, "Have the people always been drinking this water?" The assistant replied, "You might not know, but there's only one freshwater well here, located in a monastery, and women are not allowed to fetch water from it." After much thought and discussion, Trin Hao ordered the digging of wells from that underground water source, thus solving the drinking water problem for the locals. Everyone said, such a long-standing issue, and Trin Hao solved it as soon as he arrived. The imperial inspector, Wang Zhongcheng, highly favored by the emperor, was known for the lavish receptions he received wherever he went. When he was to visit Fukao, an official asked Trin Hao how they should receive Wang Zhongcheng. Trin Hao firmly replied, "Our district is poor. How can we spend so much money to please him like others do? Moreover, that money comes from the people. We should not spend it carelessly." Trin Hao's integrity shocked Wang Zhongcheng, who never visited Fukao during Trin Hao's tenure. Trin Hao wrote to a friend, "I believe in using virtue to educate the people." A thief was caught and brought to him. Trin Hao told the man, "If you can reform, I will reduce your punishment." Unfortunately, the man reoffended and, ashamed to face Trin Hao again, took his own life while being transported to jail. When Trin Hao had to leave Fukao for another position, the local people wept and begged him to stay, not wanting to lose such a compassionate official. Throughout his various official positions, Trin Hao's principle was to lead with virtue and benevolence. In Shangyuan, where he was a district magistrate, the embankment of a lake needed urgent repairs. Knowing that waiting for approval from higher authorities would delay the work, he quickly organized the locals to start the repairs, reporting to his superiors only afterward. His aide warned him of potential reprimand, but Trin Hao replied, "I had no choice. If we waited for approval, the fields would dry up, and what would the farmers eat next year? I would not hesitate to risk my life for the people, even if it meant punishment." With his leadership and supervision, the embankment was swiftly repaired. That year, the harvest was excellent, and the farmers said, "We are fortunate to have such a good official as Trin Hao, who is open-hearted, compassionate, virtuous, and empathizes with our hardships." Traditional Chinese culture teaches, "Rejoice in the joy of the world and care for the world's worries." This philosophy has nurtured officials committed to bringing peace and prosperity to the people, wholeheartedly caring for the people's sufferings and benefits, loving the people and striving to win people over with virtue, using morality to influence and transform society. This is also the ideal political system that Confucianism has always aspired to. 87. Respect your mentor as you would your father. A mentor is someone who preaches about moral principles, teaches skills, and clears up any misunderstandings. This explanation comes from Han Yu during the Tang dynasty. Life is given by our parents, but our way of life and personal ethics are largely guided by our mentors. In China, mentor combines the words for teacher and father to become sifu, indicating a deep respect akin to that for one's father. Ancient sayings emphasize, "If someone teaches me for one day, they are like my father for a lifetime," highlighting the importance of respecting one's mentor as one would respect one's father. In traditional Chinese custom, this respect is paramount, with offerings made to the heavens, the emperor, ancestors, and the mentor in traditional families, showing the deep reverence held for mentors. Here's a story from historical documents, the Comprehensive Mirror in Aid of Governance. Wei Zhao graduated during the Eastern Han Dynasty. As a young man, Wei admired Guo and asked to sweep his room. Guo agreed. One day, when Guo was feeling unwell, He asked Wei to make a special porridge. After Wei had made the porridge and brought it to Guo, Guo scolded him, saying, "You prepared porridge for your superior without showing proper respect, so it doesn't taste good to me." Guo then threw the porridge to the ground. Wei had to make another batch of porridge and bring it to Guo, only to be scolded again. After making porridge for the third time without changing his attitude or showing any dissatisfaction, Guo said, "Before, I only knew you from the outside, but now I understand your heart." 88. Character, Happiness, and Wealth. Yan Shu was a man from the Song dynasty, known from an early age for his honesty, kindness, and intelligence. By the age of 7, he was already an exceptional writer. At 15, due to his exceptional intelligence, the local magistrate recognized him as a prodigy and recommended him to Emperor Zhenzong of Song. Yan Shu could have been directly examined by the emperor, but he chose to participate in the imperial examination system. He believed that only achievements demonstrated through exams could truly reflect one's talent and knowledge. The chief examiner agreed to his request and decided to let him take the exam with over 3,100 other candidates. As the exam began, Yan Shu realized he had already encountered the given topic at home. He raised his hand and said to the chief examiner, "Excuse me, sir, I have worked on this topic at home. Wouldn't it be dishonest to write about it again? Could I have a different topic, please?" The chief examiner complied and provided a new topic. Others might have thought him foolish or even ridiculed him for this. But let's not jump to conclusions and see the outcome. Yan Shu received the new topic, pondered over it, and then wrote fluently from start to finish. The chief examiner was amazed, recognizing Yan Shu as a true genius. His honest request to participate in the exam and for a new topic earned everyone's respect. This story not only circulated among the candidates, but also reached the emperor. Emperor Zhenzong summoned Yan Shu and praised him, saying, "Not only are you talented and learned, but more importantly, you possess honesty and integrity." In ancient China, from the royal court to local government offices and businesses, the primary criterion for employing someone was their moral character. Regardless of a person's abilities or achievements, if their moral character was lacking, they would not be appointed. Yan Shu's honest and upright character eventually led to his significant use by the government. A person of integrity and high moral standards will gain wealth and benefits, so wealth should be earned and used righteously. Confucius said in the Analects, "In seeing profits, think of righteousness, and also, in seeing what is right, think whether one deserves it." Everyone desires wealth, but one must not pursue personal gains at the expense of conscience and righteousness. Ancient wisdom tells us, "A gentleman loves wealth in the way of righteousness, and what you do not wish for yourself, do not do to others." Today, some people harm others just for their own comfort without any regard. Such actions are considered the utmost folly by the wise. Here's a true story. Wu Quan, a leader at an intermediate people's court in Shache City, in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region of China, was offered a large sum of money on June 20, 2007, to unjustly sentence Falun Gong practitioners. His family knew that Falun Gong teaches people to follow truthfulness, compassion, forbearance to be good. Practitioners are kind and altruistic, so his mother advised him against taking the case. But Wu Quan ignored her advice, saying, "What should I do, Mom? There's money right in front of me. Why shouldn't I take it?" This caused disputes in his family, and they felt ashamed because of him. Even his colleagues' warnings of retribution didn't change his mind. 2 days later, he suddenly fell at work and was rushed to the hospital, where he died of a cerebral hemorrhage after regaining consciousness for 2 days. Being the only son, he left behind his elderly mother and his family. His mother believed it was retribution. There are countless such examples in reality. Those who build happiness on the suffering or even lives of others have lost their innate goodness. They seek temporary material happiness but go against true happiness. History is full of examples of good and evil being repaid accordingly. It's often said that while human hearts may be deluded, the laws of heaven cannot be deceived. Only high moral character leads to the wealth of the noble. Many have realized that a carefree life with integrity is true happiness. If one can maintain an unselfish heart, the world becomes a vast place. After all, no matter how much money one has, it only boils down to 3 meals a day. Eventually, those blinded by greed realize that sacrificing their conscience for money cannot bring happiness. Regarding happiness, what is the ultimate goal of those who pursue fame, wealth, and benefits? It's merely to live a happy and peaceful life. They don't realize that happiness mostly comes from both spiritual and material well-being, which are inherently connected. With a generous and altruistic heart, seeing others happy makes one happy too. A positive spirit leads to a healthy and strong body. People obsessed with personal gain, always calculating their losses and gains, endure a so-called materialistic life, working tirelessly, struggling with sleepless nights, and eventually suffering from various illnesses. Even with fame and wealth, they end up in hospitals enduring diseases. True happiness is built on high moral standards. Speaking of wealth, I'm reminded of the insightful performance Golden Rooster Dream by the Shen Yun Performing Arts, which tells the story of a scholar who encounters a Taoist sage. The sage offers him guidance on cultivation, but the scholar, still attached to fame, politely declines. To enlighten the scholar, the sage shows him a dream where the scholar achieves fame and fortune, marries a beautiful woman, and leads a life of luxury. However, he ultimately faces execution for corruption. After decades of ups and downs in the dream, the scholar wakes up to a hot bowl of golden rooster soup. Realizing the fleeting nature of life and worldly achievements, he decides to follow the Taoist sage and pursue spiritual cultivation. Wealth, after all, is as fleeting as smoke. Why pursue foolish deeds that compromise one's virtue and harm oneself? 89. A chicken story. Long ago in the Yangtze region, referring to Hunan and Hubei provinces in China, there lived a learned and upright man. At a time when the seventh court of the underworld was short-staffed, the Jade Emperor appointed this man to fill the vacancy. Thus, every few days, he would descend to the underworld to attend to his duties. His main job was to review the records, not to pass judgment. While examining the records, he noticed that each person received different punishments or rewards based on their actions in life. Whenever he saw someone sentenced to be pierced by mountains of swords and forests of blades, he would immediately send help. But the more he tried to save them, the more relentless the punishments became, with no way to stop them. One day, while looking through the records, he found his wife's name with the crime of stealing a neighbor's chicken, which weighed exactly 1 catty and 2 tails, approximately 1.05 kilograms today. He marked the page to return to it later. After returning to the living world, he confronted his wife about the theft. At first, she denied it, unwilling to admit her guilt. But after he described what he had seen in the underworld, she confessed, explaining that she had killed the chicken because it was eating the grain she had laid out to dry. Fearing the neighbor's reprimand, she hid the incident and buried the chicken. The couple then exhumed the chicken and weighed it, finding it indeed weighed 1 catty and 12 tails. Shocked by the accuracy, the wife compensated the neighbor with the market price for the chicken and admitted her mistake. A few days later, the man returned to the underworld and checked the marked page again. The document was intact, but the line recording his wife's crime had vanished. 90. The Choice. This is a story from the Ming Dynasty era about two brothers born to the same parents but with completely different personalities. The older brother was lazy and greedy, always counting every penny, while the younger one was hard-working and diligent, always doing his duty well and liked to make friends with everyone. One day, while driving a horse carriage, they were caught in a rainstorm that made the road slippery, and the older brother lost control of the horses, causing both to fall off a cliff. As they were fading in and out of consciousness, they found themselves before the gates of the underworld, greeted by a guard who had been waiting for them and took them to see the King of Hell. The King of Hell said, "In your past lives, neither of you did anything particularly good or bad, so in your next lives, you can both be human again. Registrar, check if there are any families expecting a baby that they can be reborn into." The registrar replied, "Your Majesty, according to their karma, there are two families, the ZHAO family and the Lai family, who are in need of descendants. However, being born into the ZHAO family means they would have to spend their lives helping others, while being born into the Li family means they will always receive help from others." The registrar then carefully checked the book of life and death, which detailed the karma of every soul for 3 generations. The King of Hell then said, "In that case, you two choose whether you want to be reborn into the ZHAO family or the Li family." After hearing the King of Hell's verdict, the older brother thought, "If I'm reborn into the ZHAO family, I'll have to work hard my entire life, and what I earn will be given to others. It's better to be in a position where I receive help from others, which would be much more comfortable." After making up his mind, he quickly knelt down and said to the King of Hell, "Your Majesty, if I have to spend my life working for others, it would be too hard. Please have mercy and let me be born into the Li family so I can receive help from others." The King of Hell then asked, "Who will be reborn into the ZHAO family to help others?" At this point, the younger brother, who had been quietly standing by, respectfully said, "Your Majesty, please allow my brother to be reborn into the Li family. I am willing to be the child of the ZHAO family and spend my life helping the poor and building good karma." Their choices relieved the King of Hell of his worries. Following their karma, each brother was reborn into the ZHAO and Li families respectively. Because of his vow to help others, the younger brother was born into a noble family as the only child of a wealthy ZHAO family member, with plenty of wealth, and grew up to be extremely intelligent and capable. Most notably, he was born with a compassionate and generous heart, finding joy in helping others, and never let anyone down who asked for his help. The ZHAO family, seeing their son's good nature, happily used their wealth to help others. Because of his benevolent actions, the younger brother's good reputation spread far and wide. The older brother, who only wanted to receive charity from others, was reborn into a poor Li family, living in a house with nothing but 4 walls, surviving by begging, spending his life eating leftovers and relying on the charity and pity of others. As the saying goes, the one who gives is richer than the one who only receives. Kindness is the most valuable trait, and as the natural order rewards the good and punishes the bad, it's only natural that those who do good deeds receive good karma. Being aware of others' suffering and treating them with kindness is not only an act of compassion, but also of wisdom. Choosing to do good is always the wisest decision because when a person harbors good intentions, heaven will surely assist. 91. Families that do good reap joy, families that do evil face misfortune. Many people might immediately think of Buddhism when they hear about the cause and effect of good and evil actions. However, the saying that a family that does good will have an abundance of joy while a family that does evil will surely encounter disaster, actually originates not from Buddhism but from the I Ching, an ancient Chinese text. The original phrase goes, "A family that accumulates good deeds will surely have surplus happiness. A family that accumulates bad deeds will surely have surplus misfortune." This means that a family that does good deeds will protect and care for its descendants, while a family that commits evil acts will bring disaster to its future generations. This shows that the Chinese people have long embraced the concept of karma. Most ancient Chinese believed in the principle that good deeds bring good rewards and evil deeds bring retribution. Natural disasters and human calamities in real life are significant warnings about human behavior. They reflect not only the immediate consequences of one's actions, but also the connection to the wrongdoings of one's ancestors. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of real-life karma. This principle, known as natural justice, applies to everyone from emperors and ministers to ordinary people. No one who has done wrong has escaped retribution. For instance, in the Song dynasty 960–1279 in China, there was a notorious official named Qin Hui. Despite once holding great power, his evil deeds against loyal and good people led to his suffering before death, with boils growing on his back and dying in agony. After his death, people made an iron statue of him kneeling in front of Yue Fei's tomb, cursed by generations for 1,000 years. This serves as evidence that evil deeds lead to retribution, affecting not only the perpetrator, but also their descendants, to the point where having the surname Qin became a disgrace. I once heard a story from my hometown about a violent man who killed his neighbor to satisfy his own interests. Although the victim's family did not seek revenge, the murderer ended up in prison, and one of his sons mysteriously drowned in a well while the other developed mental illness and eventually committed suicide. In a more recent example, in Quanlap Village, Togyeodon area, Shenyang City, China, a high school art teacher named Zhang Donghong, who organized a defamation campaign against Falun Gong and drew derogatory cartoons, was struck by lightning while fishing on August 11, 2003, and died instantly. His body was found with a bloody back of the head, singed hair, and holes in his hat and chest, clothes the size of a bowl, with the surrounding fabric also burnt. This shows that life is short, and we reap what we sow. Anyone who commits harm against the natural order will have to face the consequences, potentially affecting their descendants as well. Historical records show numerous instances of karma. In ancient times in Fujian Province, China, there was a man named Yang Ying, a teacher to the crown prince. His ancestors were boatmen who, during floods, prioritized saving people over looting valuables, unlike others. Though laughed at for their supposed foolishness, Yang's family eventually prospered. A celestial being in disguise told Yang's father that their accumulated good deeds would bring fortune to their descendants. Following the celestial being's advice for their ancestors' burial led to Yang becoming a top scholar and holding one of the highest government positions. The emperor even posthumously honored Yang's ancestors with high ranks. Yang's descendants continued to thrive and produced many talented and virtuous individuals. The divine see all, albeit not closely, ensuring that genuine kindness and integrity eventually receive their due rewards. Conversely, those who commit evil acts cannot escape divine punishment. 92. The Magic Pagoda Tree. In 2016, while I was at Long Ho Park in Hamdan, I heard a story about a magic pagoda tree. An old man, over 60 years old, told me this story, a story he witnessed firsthand as a child. According to the old man, when he was in elementary school, his family lived in the countryside. Back then, students were taught atheism and party culture in school, with ideas like There has never been any creator nor any gods, emperors, being instilled in them from a young age. The principal told the kids, myths are made up by people in the past. They're not real. We must break free from superstitions and believe in science. The old man was in 3rd grade at the time and was a member of the Young Pioneers, wearing a red scarf. He believed the principal's words were the truth and thought the elders in his village were foolish. Back then, there was a large pagoda tree in the village that the locals considered a divine tree, referred to as the fairy pagoda. Villagers tied red cloths around the divine pagoda tree and even built a shrine around it, calling it the Fairy Pagoda Shrine. People who believed they were possessed or children thought to be haunted, as well as families facing illness, disasters, or misfortune, would pray at the base of the divine pagoda tree for help and protection. Naturally, their problems were often resolved, and the shrine was always busy with people coming to offer incense. Kids loved to play there too. During summer break, the boy with the red scarf, the old man narrating the story, went to play at the shrine. He saw younger kids climbing and playing on the tree, plucking leaves and breaking branches without facing any repercussions. The divine tree didn't react. Watching this, the boy thought of the atheism taught at school. There are no gods. All mythological stories were made up for entertainment. So, feeling it his duty as a young pioneer, he decided to dispel these superstitions. He told the other kids, "Our teacher said there are no gods or myths. They're all lies. Even this divine tree isn't real. You see, it doesn't do anything when you pluck its leaves or break its branches, right? Since it's not a real divine tree, let's not treat it as one. As young pioneers, let's remove these red cloths to get rid of superstition." Then, he took the lead in removing the red cloths from the divine pagoda tree and throwing them on the ground. It was the middle of a hot summer, and people in the village often slept on their roofs. That night, after the boy had tried to debunk the superstitions around the fairy pagoda, he slept on his roof. People used to go to bed early, around 8 or 9 p.m. Suddenly, the boy felt a severe pain in his arm, as if someone was grabbing and squeezing it hard. He screamed and woke up around 10 p.m. His mother heard him cry and asked what was wrong. The boy's arm wasn't swollen at all. He told his mother he felt a sudden sharp pain in his arm while sleeping, but it was gone now. His mother checked his arm and found nothing wrong, but decided to let him continue sleeping on the roof. Later, the boy felt an even stronger force twisting his arm behind his back. The pain was unbearable, like being burned. He screamed in agony, and his mother, thinking he was possessed or attacked by some evil spirit, quickly sought the village shaman for help. The shaman told the boy he had offended a sacred tree and was being punished. The boy, feeling ashamed, admitted he hadn't done anything bad to the tree, forgetting about the red cloths. The shaman insisted he had offended the tree spirit and urged him to remember what he did. Under pressure, the boy recalled his actions at the divine pagoda tree and mentioned the atheism taught at school. The shaman challenged him. "If there are no gods, then who is twisting your arm? Why does it hurt?" The boy's mother also urged him to believe, citing centuries of village tradition and the countless times the divine pagoda tree had helped resolve people's problems. She couldn't believe her son had dared to offend the tree. The shaman instructed the boy to apologize to the fairy pagoda and to prepare offerings and incense. Most importantly, the boy had to sincerely apologize to the divine pagoda tree. If not, his prayers would be in vain. The boy, out of options and convinced by the adult's reasoning, began to believe in the spirit. As soon as he changed his mindset, the pain in his arm disappeared. He and his mother thanked the heavens and the divine pagoda tree, with his worry finally easing. The next day, They brought offerings and incense to the tree, sincerely apologizing for the boy's disrespect. They explained that the boy was young and naive, swayed easily by others, and that adults too were at fault for not sharing spiritual stories with him, leading to his grave mistake. Now, understanding his wrongdoing, the boy listened to stories about the fairy pagoda protecting villagers, recognizing the existence of divine spirits and the importance of sincere worship. The fairy pagoda forgave him, and his arm pain was gone. Since then, the boy truly believed in the divine. Over the decades, the old man shared this story with as many people as possible, urging them to believe in the existence of divine beings for peace and protection. One day, as I shared the belief in divine spirits in the park, the old man, now over 60, told me and others about his experience with the divine pagoda tree, reaffirming his faith in the spiritual for peace and safety. 93. The teachings of General DIKE's mother. Nowadays, once women become wives and mothers, they often exclaim, "Being a mom is so hard." In the old days, men mostly handled external affairs, while women took care of the home, ensuring the family was well looked after and their domestic duties were fulfilled. With changing times and the rise of women's rights, women started stepping out of the household, taking on both external and internal responsibilities to ensure a comfortable life through dual incomes from both husband and wife. This led to women facing harsher conditions due to increased work pressure, mental and physical exhaustion, and a lack of free time. This is a steep price to pay for material comfort. Looking back at the pre-kin period, a simpler time with straightforward human relationships, women's primary role was to uphold their duties as mothers. Beyond well-known stories like Mencius's mother moving 3 times and cutting the loom to teach her son, there's a touching tale called Dian's Mother Advises Her Son. During the Warring States period, the state of Qi was wealthy and strong, counted among the powerful nations of China at that time. Under King Xuan of Qi, DIKE was appointed as the prime minister. He implemented a clear and honest government with upright officials. However, many believed that DIKE's achievements were due to his mother's parenting methods. One day, as DIKE returned home, like always, his first task was to greet his mother. DIKE's mother, skilled in reading expressions and words, could discern her son's daily affairs at court through his demeanor and tone. After DIKE greeted her, he joyfully presented hundreds of gold coins, saying, "Mother, I offer this gold to you." Seeing so much gold, his mother grew suspicious and calmly asked, "You've been prime minister for only 3 years, and never before have you brought home so much. Is this a reward from the king or bribes from officials?" DIKE fell silent, afraid to respond. Sensing the truth, his mother sternly asked, "Why won't you answer?" Though DIKE held a high position in Qi, commanding respect at court, he feared his mother's strict admonitions at home. He couldn't lie to her and confessed the gold's origin. It turned out an official, failing his duties, hoped DIKE would intercede on his behalf with the king for leniency, thus offering him the gold. Despite DIKE's refusal, the official persisted, claiming it was out of respect for DIKE's mother. DIKE, a filial son, reluctantly accepted. Hearing this, his mother said sternly, "My son, accepting bribes undermines integrity and loyalty. I've heard that a true gentleman maintains self-discipline, stays incorruptible, and refuses unjust wealth. He's upright, avoids deceit, doesn't harbor injustice, and rejects ill-gotten gains. Words and actions must align, reflecting inner values. By taking bribes, you've not only evaded justice, but also harmed state laws, demonstrating dishonesty and disregarding morality." Now, as the king's trusted official, can your actions truly repay his trust and kindness. As a nation's pillar, you must set an example, treating the king's affairs as your own, serving with utmost dedication and honesty, and seeing loyalty as a sacred duty. But now you've strayed far from righteousness. Being disloyal as an official is as unfilial as a son. Using my name to accept unjust wealth is truly unrighteous and harms your kin. Thus, you're neither a loyal minister nor a filial son. Such an unfilial child is no son of mine. Leave this house immediately." With that, she turned and left, not looking back. Dien Tak, ashamed and sweating coldly, wished he could disappear. After his mother left, he immediately returned the gold to the official and didn't return home until late. The next day, he pleaded guilty before King Xuan and asked to be relieved of his duties. After investigating, King Xuan praised Dien Tak's mother's integrity and courage. He personally visited her, earning deep respect from those around him. The king told his court, "A virtuous mother leads to a good official. With such a noble mother, I need not worry about the corruption of Qi's officials." In front of Dien Tak's mother, the king commended Dien Tak's willingness to admit his mistakes and granted him a pardon, restoring his position and offering gifts to his mother as a sign of respect. From then on, Dien Tak became even more conscientious, maintaining his integrity and achieving great success as a minister during the Warring States period. Though times have changed, a mother's responsibilities remain the same: to support their husband and educate their children, focusing more on setting a good example than on verbal teaching. They must always be mindful of their actions and morals. Unlike the past, today's society faces complex challenges, including deep-seated desires and external temptations, amplified by technological advancements. These societal issues have made fulfilling a mother's role more challenging than ever. Yet, many dedicated mothers persevere, silently and admirably making a difference through their efforts. 94. A shepherd once saw a compassionate bodhisattva crying. Throughout history, when humanity's morals decline and evil deeds become rampant, nearing the point of being cast aside, the gods and Buddhas always show mercy. They use various methods to enlighten and warn humans, prompting them to mend their ways from evil to good. This is to give humans a chance to repent. Sometimes the gods and Buddhas allow animals to die in place of humans to awaken them. This is a story my mother told me as a child. She said, "Long ago, there was a shepherd living on the edge of a village. One day, he saw an old lady crying on a hill, her tears sounding deeply sorrowful. She lamented, 'Oh, my children, why don't you listen to the elders? You are committing great sins. How can I save you?' She cried like this for a long time. The shepherd thought to himself, seeing the old lady crying so much in the middle of the day must mean her children were not dutiful. He decided to see who she was and persuade her to go home. Before the shepherd could approach her, a whirlwind blew, and looking up he saw the bodhisattva. Immediately kneeling, he said, 'O high bodhisattva, to see you is a great blessing. Please protect me.' The bodhisattva responded, 'I see you are still a good person. Tell the villagers that if humans continue to disrespect gods and Buddhas, steal, engage in immoral behaviors, abuse the elderly, then when their sins grow too great, heaven will punish them. To give them a chance to repent, first, animals will die in their stead.' Without delay, the shepherd returned to the village, urgently telling each household and repeatedly warning them against doing evil deeds, or else heaven would punish them, as the bodhisattva said, by first letting animals die in place of humans. Some were terrified and promised to stop their wrongdoing, while others laughed it off, questioning the existence of the bodhisattva and dismissing the shepherd's words. Following this, a great plague began in the village. All livestock, including horses, cows, goats, pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks, died. 10 years passed, and people continued their wrongdoings without signs of repentance. One day, the shepherd saw the old lady crying on the hill again. She cried, "My children, you did not listen to me. You continue to do wrong, and heaven no longer needs you. Animals have died in your place before, but who will die for you now?" The shepherd thought she must be the bodhisattva, and as he approached, a whirlwind revealed the bodhisattva. He quickly bowed deeply, pleading for protection. This time, the bodhisattva said nothing and vanished. Soon after, a deadly plague spread throughout the village. Except for the shepherd's family and a few others who had been virtuous, nearly every household perished. People died on the streets, at work, or in their sleep. Initially, there were others to carry away the dead or to bury them, but eventually, the dead were left unattended and the village became desolate. Today's pandemic is a divine punishment and purging of humanity due to the degradation of morals, particularly against those persecuting the universal truth of truthfulness, compassion, forbearance. Those who do not repent face a dire fate. 95. The battle between good and evil in the realm of gods. In the human world, there are good and bad people, and in the realm of the gods, there are differences too. Sometimes, even small wars break out. According to the records in DIKE, during the Tang dynasty in China around the KHOI years, the vice-governor of Huazhu, named Vitu-Trong, was resting in a pavilion, admiring the Yellow River's scenery when suddenly he saw a person in a purple robe and red hat approaching. This person was only about 3 feet tall, roughly 1 meter. He approached Vitu-Trong, bowed, and introduced himself. Vitu-Trong knew this was no ordinary person and asked which deity he was. The man replied that he was the city god of that city. Vitu-Trong then inquired about his visit, to which the city god replied, "The god of the Yellow River wants to destroy this city to let the river flow freely. However, I have refused his request. So in 5 days, we will battle here by the riverbank. I fear I am not strong enough to defeat the Yellow River god and have come to seek your help. If you could send 2,000 archers to assist me, I am confident we can win. This city is under your protection, and it's all depending on you." After Vitu-Trong agreed to help, the city god vanished. Exactly 5 days later, Vitu-Trong led 2,000 elite soldiers to the city walls for battle. Suddenly, the surface of the Yellow River turned as dark as ink, and a white mist rose more than 30 feet high, while a green mist also emerged from the city gate's tower, entwining with the white mist. Vitu-Trong then ordered the 2,000 archers to shoot at the white mist, which gradually shrank and finally disappeared, leaving only the green mist. Shortly after, the green mist rose and merged with the clouds, then drifted towards the pavilion. Before the battle began, the river's water had almost reached the city walls, but then slowly receded, staying about 5-6 miles away from the city, as it is now. From DIKE. The story, The Investiture of the Gods, might seem on the surface to be just about King Wu defeating King Zhou of the Shang dynasty to establish the Zhou dynasty, but the real cause was a battle between good and evil in heaven. Many deities not meeting the heavenly standards, like Shen Gong Bao, were cast down. Some lost their freedom and became deities of the human world, like Zhang being deified. Today's society is similar. What seems like human conflicts are actually related to the gods. Why else would earthly events be linked to celestial phenomena, which are essentially changes in the heavenly realm? In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, strategists like Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi were experts in observing celestial phenomena. A falling star in the sky often coincided with the death of an important person on Earth. This shows the connection between celestial events and the human world. 96. Morality is the best remedy for all illness and misfortune. In the Buddhist sutra tales, there's a story about a man who, after passing away, met the Buddha. Crying, he said to the Buddha, "Why are you so cruel? I've been busy all day and got nothing. At night, my soul was tormented and scared, and I suffered every single day." The Buddha asked, "And why is that?" The man replied, "During the day, to make a living, I lied and did things against my conscience. But I did it to survive, and still, I gained nothing. At night, I couldn't sleep. It was like being in hell. Life is hard. Why do you keep tormenting me?" The Buddha responded, "You deceived others to make a living, not choosing a righteous path. I am compassionate and would never push a righteous person into despair. Your soul is filled with weeds and needs a cure." Eagerly, the man asked, "What's the cure? Please tell me. I'll buy it right away." The Buddha said, "The cure is morality. Morality is the magic potion that prevents all diseases." In the Liu Yi Chuan from the northern and southern dynasties, there's a tale about a district official who, plagued by an epidemic, prayed to the gods for healing. No Si Ko, the official from ZHANG, had malaria. Passing a temple in Wushuang, he prayed earnestly for divine help against his malaria. Over 20 miles past the temple, he stopped to rest and fell asleep. In a dream, he saw a figure chasing him on horseback across a lake who eventually caught up, boarded Ko's boat with an officer, and they took away a being resembling a child. When Ko woke up, his malaria was gone. This story might confuse some, as it's rooted in traditional culture, where epidemics and infectious diseases were believed to be controlled by higher beings, with fever demons causing ailments like malaria. The being in Ko's dream represented the malaria demon, and its removal led to Ko's recovery. This traditional story suggests that illness isn't random but caused by certain beings. Seeking divine help is seen as an effective solution, tied to human morality and belief in the divine. The Taiping Guangji records a real story from the Song dynasty. Behind the Jiangning County office in Jiangkang, a righteous and devout tavern owner named Vuong Lao Tzu was known for his fairness and support for spiritual practices. One night, a group of red-clad generals and their entourage sought refuge at his tavern. Vuong welcomed them and served them with respect. The entourage then cordoned off the area with wooden stakes and ropes, encircling the tavern and its surroundings. After declaring that Vuong's righteousness and devotion had been recognized by the heavenly emperor, they removed the enclosure and left swiftly. 2 days later, a massive fire consumed Jiangkang, sparing only Vuong's tavern amidst the ashes, a testament to his virtue and the divine's acknowledgement. Just like diseases, misfortunes in the human world aren't random but are orchestrated by divine forces related to human morality. Vuong Lao Tzu's life of integrity, reverence for the divine, and fairness in dealings which accumulated virtue enabled him to witness and escape calamity, encouraged by the divine to continue his good deeds. Thus, the ultimate remedy for all earthly ailments and misfortunes is morality, adhering to the ethical standards recognized by the divine. Belief and reverence for the divine are the foundations of true morality. 97. Indulging in promiscuity invites misfortune and diminishes fortune. Bui Chuang, a man from Hadong in Sontai province, had a close family friend, a monk named Dam Chiu, who was an expert in physiognomy. Upon examining Bui Chuang's facial features, Dam Chu observed that Bui Chuang had a round, full forehead and a well-proportioned chin, predicting he would achieve great success in his career. At the age of 20, Bui Chuang married Li Thi, and a year later took a government position in Tainguyen, leaving his wife at home. Several years on, Bui Chuang met Dam Chu again, who was shocked at how much Bui Chuang's appearance had changed. He asked, "Years ago, your appearance was that of wealth and honor. Why do you look so different now? Your previously full forehead has sunken, and your chin, once square, has become pointed. I also see dark energy around the palm of your hand indicating impending disaster. Be careful. Have you done something to lose your virtue?" Reflecting on his actions, Bui Chuang realized his only moral lapse was having affairs with women in Tainguyen. Dam Chu sighed. "You could have had a bright future if only you had valued it. By being promiscuous, you've squandered your own good fortune, such a pity." Not long after, Bui Chuang indeed faced a tragic fate as predicted. One day, while bathing, an attendant assassinated him by stabbing him in the abdomen, leading to his immediate death with his organs scattered around him. 98. Cao Nu Nhuang's greed for gold leads to divine punishment. Cao Nu Nhuang lived in Luoyang with a pretty face and remarried a celestial being named Li. Li was a deity demoted to the mortal world by the heavens. After marrying Cao Nu Nhuang, they settled in Luoyang and made a living by refining gold, a skill Cao Nu Nhuang learned from her husband. In the final year of the Kaiyuan era during Emperor Xuanzong's reign, Cao Nu Nhuang and Lai had been married for about 5-6 years. One day, just after 5 in the morning, Lai suddenly heard a call from the sky. He went outside, spoke to someone, and then came back to tell Ngu Nhuang, "I am a celestial being from heaven. Previously, due to a minor mistake, I was demoted to the mortal realm, but now my punishment is over. Heaven has sent for me, and I can't stay any longer. We've been together for many years. How can we part without sadness? After I leave, you just need to refine gold for yourself, but be very careful not to teach others. Also, don't refine too much for others, or it might harm not just you, but them as well." After saying this, Lai flew away. At first, Cao Ngu Nhuang followed her husband's advice, but later, because she sold too much silver, she was reported. At that time, the local official, Li Te, not only didn't punish her, but also let her go. Later, Lai Te secretly summoned Cao Ngu Nhuang and had her refine more than 10 furnaces of silver for him. Li Te shared this with other powerful figures at court. Within a year, both Li Te and Cao Ngu Nhuang passed away. People at the time believed it was divine punishment for their actions. The origin of wealth is fortune. Chinese culture teaches the importance of accumulating virtue for good fortune. Everything a person acquires is believed to be a result of their own fortune. So when someone is lucky, people say, "This person's ancestors accumulated virtue." Indeed, without virtue or fortune, one cannot gain anything. If one tries to force their luck, it could cost them their life. Cao Ngu Nhuang's story is a cautionary example of this belief. 99. Respect and its rewards. There's a saying, "Neither high nor low tasks get done," meaning that some people fail to accomplish both big and small tasks. Some individuals might not be able to tackle big tasks and refuse to deal with the small ones, ending up achieving nothing. Others don't like sweating the small stuff, thinking that minor tasks don't impact the bigger picture, so they neglect them without pushing themselves. However, it's through these small tasks that we can see a person's true character, as they require persistence and patience over a long period. In The New Sayings of the World, there's a story about persistence and filial piety. Tran Di from the district of Ingo was exceptionally dutiful to his parents. His mother liked burnt rice. Tran Di, who was a chief administrator in the district responsible for handling documents, would bring a small bag to work every day. Whenever he cooked rice, he set aside some burnt rice for his mother to eat when he returned home. Later, when the enemy Tone invaded Ungo, the court official Vien Son Tung immediately mobilized troops. At that time, Tran Di had saved up several portions of burnt rice. Due to the emergency, he couldn't take the rice home to his mother and instead took it to battle. After the battle began, Vien Son Tung was defeated and the troops scattered, fleeing to the mountains and swamps without food. Many soldiers starved to death, but Tran Di survived because of the burnt rice. People believed his survival was a reward for his sincere devotion to his mother. There's a Chinese saying, "After a long illness, few children remain dutiful." Being respectful and caring for one's parents seems straightforward, but it requires continuous effort and resilience to truly be considered filial. Though Tran Di's act of collecting burnt rice for his mother may seem small, consistently doing so without fail is genuinely challenging. This is similar to the principles of accumulating small things to achieve greatness, and constant dripping wears away the stone. 100. Intelligence and integrity. In the Du Yet Vi Thao Duong But Kai, a scholar from the Qing dynasty XIAO Lan recorded a story that sheds light on intelligence and integrity. This tale is particularly relevant and meaningful to the Chinese people today. In Haiyan County, there lived a wise old scholar named Han Xin. He was known for his straightforwardness and always adhered to proper conduct, earning him the role of the ceremonial wine presenter in village gatherings, a tradition where a respected individual is chosen to offer wine to the earth god. One cold day, Han Xin fell ill, and in his delirium, he saw a demon who said, "The city god is summoning you." Believing his time had come, Han Xin followed the demon to the city god's court. After checking the records, the city god realized a mistake had been made, saying, "We meant to take someone with the same surname, not you." The demon was punished, and Han Xin was sent back. However, Han Xin protested, "Human life is of utmost importance. How can such mistakes be allowed due to the incompetence of demons? If you hadn't checked, I would have died for no reason. Where is the intelligence and integrity in that?" The city god laughed and replied, "People say you're bold, and indeed it's true. Even the workings of the divine can't guarantee absence of errors, let alone the actions of demons. Recognizing a mistake immediately is intelligence, and not covering up others' faults is integrity. How could you know this? Considering you usually respect propriety, I'll forgive you this time, but don't speak so carelessly again." Suddenly, Han Xin awoke from his dream. Being in a state of confusion, humans often fail to grasp the true nature of the universe and the manifestation of cosmic justice. To truly understand what is right, one must rely on self-realization. Despite being deeply educated in traditional culture, Han Xin had a somewhat skewed understanding of intelligence and integrity. How much more so for modern Chinese people influenced by the deeply toxic culture of the party? Their interpretation of intelligence and integrity might even be contrary to its true meaning. 101. Spreading false accusations and destroying the reputation of innocent people. In the past, when people spoke or wrote, they did not discuss others' flaws or mock those who were unsophisticated or from the countryside. They also did not gossip about others' shortcomings or their private lives, criticize others' failures, or cause conflicts and division. Even if their words were true, these actions were considered harmful, damaging to one's own virtue, and would eventually lead to deserved punishment. In the Tai Thuong Kam Ung Thien, a story from the Ming Dynasty era by Tran Luang Mo, there's an account of a time when Tran was inspecting the Kong An district. A man named Bak, who was a high-ranking educational officer, went to the capital for an exam. His wife, known for her kindness, donated silver to a Taoist nun from Tai Hoa Mountain in her husband's name and recorded the donation on a flag. However, when the wife of Bak's colleague visited and saw the flag, she insinuated that Bak's association with the nun could harm his career. Believing this, Bak's wife sent someone to dismiss the nun, fearing for her husband's career. Upon his return, Bak found his wife distressed and the flag destroyed, leading her to commit suicide out of despair. Later, during an investigation into the educational officers, it was falsely recorded that Bak and his colleague's wife had an inappropriate relationship and that his dissatisfaction led his wife to suicide. Tran Luang Mo, upon learning about this, advised the investigator to consider the character of the accuser before making a judgment. The investigator realized the mistake and cleared Bak's record. Eventually, Bak was promoted, and Tran Luang Mo became a judicial official in Fujian. Tran revealed that it was Ngo, a former educational officer, who had slandered Bak. Ngo, after being promoted, faced defamation from his peers, survived a near-fatal boating accident, and lived a life of hardship. The moral is that deliberately slandering and harming others leads to misfortune, unexpected disasters, and severe karmic retribution, equating verbal wrongdoing with physical violence in terms of guilt. 102. Injustice met with dire consequences. During the late Qing dynasty in Kwa Duong County, Anhui Province, a series of wrongful cases occurred, leading to severe repercussions that served as a warning to all. This happened around the same time as the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom uprising. In Anhui, there was a rebel leader named Miao Peilin who openly revolted. At his peak, he controlled over 10 counties, but by the second year of the Tongji era, 1863, he was defeated by the Qing forces. After Miao Peilin's defeat, the imperial court aimed to eradicate his remaining followers. At this time, the county magistrate of Kwa Duong and a wealthy local named Li Kan had a dispute. Li Kan was not only wealthy but also held the title of Kong Sin, a position for talented scholars who were selected for advanced studies at the Imperial Academy, with the possibility of direct appointment to officialdom upon passing further imperial examinations. Therefore, Lai Khan was not afraid of the county magistrate, who was trying to raise funds from the wealthy, which Lai Khan publicly opposed. Holding a grudge, the magistrate seized the opportunity to fabricate evidence and falsely accuse Lai Khan and his son of being Miao Peilin's accomplices, leading to their arrest. In those times, rebellion was a capital offense, and the magistrate intended to send them to their deaths. After being wrongfully accused by the magistrate, they were sent to the prefectural governor for trial. Upon examination, the governor realized their innocence and planned to overturn the verdict. However, after the magistrate heard the news, he hastily bribed the governor's aide with 500 silver taels. Consequently, the aide began to pressure and persuade the governor who, not being entirely incorruptible himself, succumbed to the aide's influence and agreed to the magistrate's original verdict of execution for Lai Khan and his son. As a result, they were unjustly executed, leading to the extinction of their entire family, a truly tragic end. That winter, a wandering beggar spent the night in a local temple and shared a vivid dream he had. The temple was the divine dwelling of the city god in another realm. In the dream, the city god sat high with the governor's aide kneeling below as a prisoner, flanked by Lai Khan and his son, who were filing a complaint against their wrongful death. This dream suggested divine intervention in the wrongful case, indicating that the aide, while still alive, was already bound for punishment in another realm. Soon after, the prefectural governor suddenly fell ill and died. Shortly thereafter, the entire family of the governor's aide succumbed to illness and died within days. A few days later, the magistrate's own children died young, and the magistrate himself contracted a mysterious illness. His body gradually decayed, his skin peeled off as if flayed, and he died in excruciating agony over 10 days, confessing to his wrongdoings and claiming that the spirits of Lai Khan and his son were seeking vengeance. This story illustrates that those who commit injustices will ultimately face retribution. The governor, the aide, and the magistrate all met their ends due to their actions against their conscience, serving as a stark warning to uphold righteousness and morality. It's a reminder that even if the worst perpetrators seem to escape justice temporarily, their eventual punishment is often the most severe, reinforcing the principle that good and evil will ultimately be repaid accordingly. 103. From Transgression to Redemption, A Tale of Karma and Rebirth. The story of karma and retribution describes a principle in Buddhism that is akin to the natural law of cause and effect. A popular saying goes, "You reap what you sow," which also illustrates this principle of karma and retribution. It's believed that humans have past lives, and the deeds, good or bad, done in this life don't simply end with death. They will have consequences. Buddha Siddhartha Gautama taught about the cycle of rebirth, where after death, one could be reborn as a human, animal, plant, etc., based on the moral choices made in the worldly life. Quach Tak-van, the Secretary General of the Nationalist Government of China, recorded a story of reincarnation experienced by ZHUANG, a famous official of the late Qing dynasty. This story, passed down through several individuals, holds high credibility. In his previous life, ZHUANG was a scholar who unfortunately slandered a widow for personal gain and died of a severe illness that year. After death, his spirit was taken to the underworld, where he was judged and punished for his misdeeds, including being reborn as an animal. He found himself reincarnated as a piglet in a sty, realizing too late his regret and unwillingness to accept his fate, leading him to starve himself to death. However, upon his second death, his spirit was again taken to the underworld, where he was scolded for attempting to avoid his punishment and was reborn as a pig again. This time, recalling Buddhist scriptures, he sincerely recited them, which eventually led to his salvation when he alerted his owner to a thief, sparing his life and allowing him to die a natural death. After dying as a pig, his spirit was taken to the underworld, where it was noted he had a halo of light, a sign of sincere Buddhist recitation. He was allowed to be reborn as a human and even had his previously stripped status restored. Before reincarnation, he had to shed his pig skin, which was an excruciating process, leaving him with a patch of pigskin on his arm as evidence of his past life. ZHUANG later became a successful official, demonstrating that sincere faith in Buddhism could change one's fate. This story, while brief, not only highlights the concept of karma and retribution, but also offers a lesson. Respecting and following the teachings of Buddhism can alter one's destiny. ZHUANG, through his selfish actions, faced immediate consequences, losing his status and life, and was reborn as an animal. However, by embracing Buddhist teachings with sincerity, he was able to change his fate and regain his status in society.
Hey everyone, your comments truly matter, offering insights and motivation to others and uplifting our creative team at Lighthouse of Wisdom channel. Sharing your thoughts and experiences enriches our community. So, Let's get the conversation started below and help illuminate our path with your wisdom.